Hello and welcome to the 2021 Asia Global Dialogue. My name is Stephanie Choi and I'm the digital editor at the AsiaGlobal Institute. Thank you for joining us today as we explore Asia's leading role in shaping a new multilateralism with prominent leaders and world thinkers from across the globe. A recording of the event, along with highlights from various sessions, will be available on our social media platforms. It is now 8:55 in the morning in Hong Kong, and we're excited to kickstart the day with an opening speech by the President and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Hong Kong, Xiang. Professor Zhang, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a joy to welcome you to Asian Global Dialogue 2021. I have fond memories of joining you at this event in past years. You know, pandemic keeps us apart, but it reminds me that your work has renewed importance, especially during this greatest threat in modern peacetime. Economic systems are in shock, global supply chains are in doubt, and 5 million people have died. We remember each of them, their families, and their communities. I mentioned COVID-19 not out of passing. I, like you, care deeply about state of the world and the future of humanity. You are on the frontiers as a coalition of leaders in policy, business, and civil society, whose skills and passion steer us on a better and safer path. The theme of this year's dialogue is Asian Forward, leading the way to a new multilateralism. Multilateralism is important in any year, and especially now, as the world struggles to handle this pandemic as well as other challenges, such as climate change, geopolitical conflicts, just name a few. We must restore jobs, return to classrooms, and remake society in a new image. In a world of polarization today, hatred and injustice, we must work hard to maintain values like kindness, equality, and inclusion. 10 years ago, AsiaGlobal Institute was founded on these values. I thank Dr. Victor Fung and Dr. William Fung for having the foresight and for making AGI the leading think tank for Asian perspectives on global issues. We are proud to have you as a part of Hong Kong U family. There's also AGI Fellows. This year, there's incredible diversity. Fellows from Serbia, Bhutan, and Hong Kong, as well as Mali, Georgia, and UAE, among others. Your ideas and imagination can solve world's biggest challenges, from poverty to climate change and access to quality education. About 30 years ago, I left my home country, China, and traveled to a completely foreign land. In America, my first stop was Chicago. My first university was Minnesota, and my longest settlement was in California. What I learned was this: multilateralism is the spirit of alliance, inclusion, and common purpose. In this era, we have a new opportunity. The technologies of tomorrow, if wisely and thoughtfully used, will allow us to collaborate for social good. So, over the next hours, I encourage you to unleash your minds, remember your common purpose, and build a global future like never before. I take this opportunity to thank AGI co-chair Dr. Victor Fung and Professor Mike Spence for your guidance for the Institute, and AGI Director Professor Zhiwu Chen and his colleagues for working hard in this difficult year, and for your wonderful achievements. My warmest wishes to you all, and hope to see you next year in person at Hong Kong U.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Now, for our first session, we explore what we can learn from the global effort to emerge from the pandemic and the role of key economies in Asia and moving forward the recovery. Joining us are members of the AsiaGlobal Institute Advisory Board, Samuel Palmisano, Chairman of the Center for Global Enterprise, Marie Pangestu, Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships of the World Bank, and Mark Tucker, Group Chairman of the HSBC. This session will be moderated by Victor Fung, Advisory Board Co-Chair of the AsiaGlobal Institute. Dr. Fung, please.
Yep. Good morning, everybody, and like to extend my own personal very warm welcome to all of you from around the world. It's really great to be able to kick off this Asia Global Dialogue. As the Vice-Chancellor has just said, we really miss having all of you in Hong Kong in person, and we hope that we'll be able to do this AGD next year in person in Hong Kong. But I think this is actually a very opportune time now as the world moves towards some form of recovery, and we'll be discussing what our views are, how fast that recovery, where it's going to end up, etc. What are the impact that has been really left behind by the pandemic, etc. What we really need to do is to actually use the session today to just take stock of where we are, and then maybe think a little bit, dream a little bit about what the future can be. I think the unique perspective that I think AGI can bring, and the gathering of people that we have on this program today, I think will give us perhaps a unique Asian perspective on this issue. I'm sure many people from around the world will be looking at the same issue. What about the future? What about the need for a new multilateralism? What's the shape of that new multilateralism going to be? And as the geopolitics evolve, what is the impact of geopolitics? And I am really very much looking forward to hearing myself some of the views from Asia on these very important future next step issues for the world. With us today, we have a really distinguished panel. Sam Palmisano, Chairman of the Center for Global Enterprise. Welcome, Sam. Marie Pangestu, Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank. Marie is well known to us in many multilateral institutions, including the WTO, etc. And then, of course, my old friend Mark Tucker, who is very au fait with all the issues of Asia, having been years and years based in Hong Kong as a group chairman of HSBC, and now, of course, traveling the whole world. So let's get straight into it. The first topic I'd like to perhaps cover with the panel is the global recovery from the pandemic, and really take a quick look at just a quick health check, if you would, on the state of globalization. Now, so, Mark, maybe I can turn to you first. What is the state of the global economy, and how far do you think we are into this process of recovery? And if you can just look a little bit at the end of the tunnel, how bright is that light at the end of that tunnel?
Victor, thank you, and again, great pleasure to see you and be here today. I think if you look at the state of the global economy today, I think certainly our view would be that the global economic activity has rebounded better than feared earlier last year. That somewhat hit more recently by seeing global growth begin to slow, and the slowing down really coming due to renewed weakness in developed markets, with three significant headwinds: the pandemic itself, inflation, and supply constraints. I mean, just to be clear, first of all, and I think we've discussed before, that the pandemic is not over yet. The struggle against COVID hasn't been won, even though enormous progress has been made. And we've seen different attitudes across the world. China clearly continuing to pursue a zero COVID approach. So you've seen lockdowns and restrictions come into play and potentially impacting growth due in part to ongoing uncertainty. Across the rest of Asia, particularly the ASEAN markets, we've seen spikes in COVID-19 cases, and tightened restrictions have shuttered factories and limited local spending. And particularly those economies most affected are those reliant on tourism, Thailand and the Philippines clearly being two, as vaccination rates are still lower than in much of the developed world. And we've seen the anomaly of India, because activity has rebounded pretty strongly, and certainly relatively strongly, since the outbreak of cases, significant outbreaks in the spring. So again, the differential of the pandemic on one hand. The second headwind is inflation. US inflation figures are still the main focus of financial markets. And for much of the year, US inflation has surprised on the upside. While monthly price increases have slowed over recent months, what we're seeing is a broader range of products and services now being affected. Inflation may roll over in the second half of 2022, but this will depend, and I'm sure Sam and Marie will talk about it, on the supply chain bottlenecks easing. And there's little evidence that we can see that's easing at this point. And we certainly feel US headline inflation will remain high for the next couple of quarters at least. The concern being here that this will result in effectively tighter monetary policy, increased interest rates, slowdown in borrowing and economic growth, and ultimately threatening current business models and expectation. The rest of the world is also seeing high inflation rates as economies reopen. We're seeing supply-demand imbalances being revealed as a result of global energy and food price hikes. And again, this is likely to keep headline inflation high for the foreseeable future. In Asia, we see local inflation less of a concern, and this really being because the region's growth revival has been much more export-led than consumer-led compared to the rest of the world. And this is due to relatively less consumer demand by Asian standards. But inflation is starting to tick up, even if from a lower level. The belief is that key policymakers' focus will remain on growth. Victor, the final headwind is around supply constraints. And in those economies that have opened up, demand does appear to be strong, but it's now running against limited supply. And the challenge is getting enough product onto shelves, as well as having sufficient workers. And the pandemic has impacted manufacturing capacity, generated some pretty mixed and volatile demand patterns, and extended logistical interruptions impacting the movement of raw material and finished goods. And pandemic-linked disruptions are expected to ease, but the container situation hopefully improving. But we don't believe that we'll see supply chains normalize for at least another 12 to 18 months as companies cope with significant backlogs. Overall, I mean, households still have sizable amounts of pandemic savings. Wage growth is still pretty strong for low-income workers, particularly in leisure and hospitality. But inflation could weigh on this, and clearly the link between activity and inflation has deteriorated, and we're seeing for the first time in decades a potential taste of stagflation. So I think all of this leaves central banks facing a challenging job, and eyes on the Fed. But central banks in much of the world outside of Asia have also started to tighten, and we expect that to continue to do so. In Asia, central banks have stayed on hold so far, and as long as inflation's concerns aren't as prevalent yet, and growth has been weaker, will likely stay. So I think it's in the developed world, we've seen differences. Norway and New Zealand have already raised rates. Others, including the Fed, the ECB, and the Reserve Bank of Australia, have chosen to leave rates on hold for now. The Bank of England is sort of somewhere in the middle, looking to tighten soon, but not as soon as markets had first thought. So I think to end, Victor, I mean, it's a situation we all have to monitor closely, and it's as it will determine how bright that light is at the end of tunnel, how much of the tunnel actually remains.
Yeah, well, that is an excellent summary, Mark. I mean, you've really given us a real snapshot. You know, I think at first your reminder that the pandemic is not over yet, is not over, and especially on some less developed parts of the world. We get into that in a moment. And the other is, although demand is coming back strongly in the developed economies, we're really now facing, for the first time in many years, a real case of inflation. And this is absolutely exacerbated by major disruptions in the global supply chains, which were, frankly, we at Lee and Fung are dealing with every day. I can tell you it is a major disruption. You know, the availability of containers, everybody knows about, and then the price of energy and the price of raw material is shooting up. So in my mind, there is no possibility that there won't be increase in prices, and there will be inflation. Then the real critical issue, as you pointed out, Mark, is how and when will the central banks act on interest rates? And I think that's a real crystal ball. But I think, you know, just moving on, you know, Marie, I'd like to just now turn to you. You know, there's a lot of talk, you know, as we just to continue the conversation the Mark and I just had, of a, you know, sort of two-speed recovery process in the world. You know, while we're talking a lot about the demand and what's happening in the economies, in the developed economies, what about the developing economies? As a result of this pandemic and what has happened, are they being left further and further behind?
Yes, thanks, Victor, and thanks, Mark, for that excellent summary about the headwinds. I think indeed our data is showing that while the world economy is experiencing a rebound, most of it is really being driven by the advanced economies and to some extent some of the emerging markets, mainly in East Asia like China. But really what we have seen is a two-speed recovery where emerging markets and developing economies are lagging advanced economies in their recovery. And they are experiencing much slower growth, and some still not experiencing any recovery. And the output in advanced economies are expected to regain its pre-pandemic trend by the end of 2022, but output in emerging markets and developing economies in 2022 is still expected to remain below pre-pandemic projections. And in fact, maybe 2/3 of developing economies will not reach a pre-pandemic level until 2023, and for some of the hardest hit not until 2024. And if you try to understand, you know, the drivers behind the uneven recovery, it's really unequal vaccine rollout and the ability to continue with the fiscal stimulus, the capacity to be able to continue with the fiscal stimulus, and obviously much lower capacity to undertake fiscal stimulus compared to developed countries. And if you look at the vaccine rollout, the pace and distribution of vaccination remains very uneven, with only about 3% of people in low-income countries having received at least one dose, compared to 50% of the global population having at least one dose. So the continuous spread and flare-ups of COVID-19 will continue to pose a significant downside risk to the growth outlook, especially for developing countries. And I think, as we know, in Asia, some have experienced second and third waves, and had longer lockdowns than before. And I think the other problems that emerging markets will face is really that they are more vulnerable due to increased debt. You know, even before the pandemic, they already had high levels of debt. So as they have had to undertake huge fiscal responses, they've also increased their debt, and the tightening of financial conditions, that the potential rise of interest rate is really going to also put them in serious situation, and some of them will be facing continued stress on that. And I think the other issue is trade. Obviously, there just like there is an uneven recovery on the growth, there is also uneven recovery on the trade recovery. With really, if you look at the figures, East Asia has experienced a strong recovery on trade. Even 6 months after the pandemic, actually global trade was already back up to pre-pandemic levels. But the uneven recovery is also on the trade front, where countries which are better integrated with the world economy and being part of the global value chain, recovering faster, and being able to, most of them coming back to pre-pandemic level. But the rest of the world, the rest of developing economies like in Latin America and Africa and even South Asia are not recovering so well. And again, it is related to the lockdown, the vaccines, but most importantly, that your integration to the world economy, market economy, as well as to global value chains, enables you to recover faster. So it's kind of a message that economic integration and in a way globalization still matters. Although I think we can discuss further about what type of globalization will we need moving forward. So I think there are still a lot of challenges. Inflation was mentioned, higher commodity prices, and there is a dampening effect on recovery prospects and trade recovery prospects with what all of you have mentioned, which is the supply chain bottlenecks and disruptions due to various reasons. Victor, you and I were in a session on this, and basically, I think Mark, you also said it's going to still be another 12 and 18 months before these supply chain disruptions are going to be settled. And it has a lot to do with COVID in one way, disruptions at the ports, a lack of workers. If you remember the Marx person in our panel, he said it's not the shipping part, it's the land transportation, the intermodal transportation that's an issue.
Yes.
And the fact that you have to move quickly. When one place locks down, you have to move quickly to another source. And it's not that easy to move a big ship, basically. So I think we still have a lot of challenges, and developing economies will be, I think, still on a slower path. And within developing economies, also different paths of recovery. And I'll just close with this point, that this is the high risk of increased inequality is very real.
I think that's very, very powerful, Marie. As I listen to you, I just really get a stronger and stronger sinking feeling that we really got to address this inequality sooner rather than later. Two things. It does seem that it's quite obvious that the developing economies will take a longer time to recover, and there will be a bifurcation of the haves and have-nots. And is this increase over time? How can we address it? And I would be a lot stronger than you in saying I think the integration, the global integration, bring together by necessity. Because I think if you combine this with the pandemic and the mutation of the virus, etc., I don't think the developed world can feel safe if the whole world, including developing world, is not completely solved, so to speak. I remember, I think somebody at the WHO said, nobody is safe until everybody is safe. So I don't think you can just say, hey, look, let's just go off on our own, insulate the world, and then we'll let later, but it's not going to work that way. So it's going to be totally interconnected, and we've got to solve the problem holistically. and integration, I think, is a must. Now, one of the biggest issues, and I'm going to turn to you, Sam, the big elephant in the room, of course, is the most important bilateral relationship in the world between China and the US. And this, as we all know, has been evolving. There's been some, I think, more optimistic signs in my mind in recent weeks and months. Can you give us an assessment of that relationship today in your mind, and how that could impact all the issues that Mark and Marie and I have talked about just now? How is it going to affect this future integration of the world, let's say?
Well, Victor, thank you so much for having me. And also, I'm honored to be part of the Asian Global Institute Advisory Board. I enjoy being with all my colleagues in Asia. As you know, I lived in Japan for several years. It's always great for me to be back. And I can't wait to travel again. In fact, we have a family trip scheduled for Japan in February, as long as we don't have to quarantine for 10 days. And so we'll be back over there. But we're waiting to see. Right now, you'd have to quarantine, as you know well. And some of our colleagues have had to stay in those hotels, didn't find it a great experience. But having said all that, I think I'd like to start, Victor, with a comment from some economists. And so many people that are going to be in this call, they are economists. And there's a gentleman by the name of Daniel Kahneman, who is a behavioral economist, and he's taught us that the human brain is controlled by many unconscious reflexes and biases, sometimes known as heuristics. And there are three factors: loss aversion, anchoring effect, and narrative bias. The first one, loss aversion. We dislike losing more than we like winning. The brains of humans and other animals contain a mechanism that is designed to give priority to bad news. And as they say in the news, if it bleeds, it leads. Mm-hmm. The other one's the anchoring effect, sometimes also called availability bias, where we're heavily influenced by recent ideas or frames or experiences, as the one we're in right now. And that many times what's going on in the consciousness is irrelevant to the decisions that need to be made as we proceed into the future. I think it's very relevant. The last one's called narrative bias, where we see compelling narratives where none exist, and we let them blind us from objectivity in facts and statistics. I think we all agree that if you look at what we see in the media cycles around the world, they're great obstacles to progress, and it's the bull market of doomsayers. I guess it's easy to say that fundamentally that countries view each other as adversaries, which is probably appropriate. And I'll get very quickly, I'll move to the two largest countries in the world. But I think from a business perspective, we should not be viewing things as adversaries. We shouldn't let emotion get in the way. We should make decisions based on facts and analysis and the data that's available, and come up with constructive solutions. In a way, we should encourage competitiveness. I think competitiveness is really, really important. If you go back in time, Victor, and everybody else, and Mark and Marie, let's think about, it wasn't that long ago. In fact, in the early days when I was living in Asia and going over to Japan, remember it was US and Japan, and there was a thing called Japan Inc. When I was a young executive for IBM, we sent an invasion force into Tokyo, and we created businesses literally in Japan to out-Japanese the Japanese, right, in that local market. And we prevailed, needless to say. And then you go a little bit farther ahead, and it became the EU. The EU integrated to be more competitive versus the US and Japan. So this is not a new effect here, but I will argue that competitiveness drives innovation, drives economic growth. Society and business is better for competitiveness, right? But you have to balance competitiveness with adversarial relationships. And that's, I think, is the challenge that we face today, is this balancing between large economies competing for their interest, which is appropriate, while they try to maintain not getting into an adversarial relationship. And I think we're at a delicate balance when you have the two largest economies today kind of dealing with that. Look, there is, the facts are the facts. I know the Americans, I am an American, don't like this fact, but the Chinese economy overtook the United States in 2013 in PPP. We know all that, right? And Asia's not just about supply anymore, it's also about demand. So it's driving demand as well as providing the world's supply today. And, I think back, Victor, when I was living in Asia and things like that, a lot of the younger people that were being educated viewed this idea of prosperity and economic growth as a way to kind of change their societies, change their value systems as a positive thing. But today, I don't think that's the case anymore from the Asian perspective. I think they look at the United States and they look at Europe and they see all these issues, and they're real issues that they see every night on television. And they say, I don't know that I want to be part of that system that used to offer such promise to all of us, whether that was education, economic opportunity. We talked about everybody living someplace else, which we've all done. A lot of that today, these young people are looking at this and say, is this really attractive to me? So these ideas of, I'll say, regionalization or populism are becoming stronger for that reason. So therefore, you have this decoupling occurring, which we see. And the problem thing about the coupling is that it's not healthy. I mean, think about the world that we just hit. I mean, nobody could, Chris, we could argue that analytically we should have made a demand call on what would happen coming out of the pandemic. Nobody got it right. No one, no economy got it right. No business got it right. That's why we have all these dislocations in supply chains. It's huge in materials. It's huge in semiconductors. It's, as you mentioned in your comments, it's cargo, it's shipping, it's everything. Because everybody got it wrong. Because nobody looked at this interconnected world. And now that the world is bifurcating and separating, it just exacerbates these problems. Because the solution is actually multilateralism, and to bring it back together again, but that's not necessarily popular when it comes to political thought. And it really is unhealthy when you think about decoupling. I mean, from a business leader's perspective, trade barriers, tariffs, they just create uncertainty. It's hard to plan what you're going to go do. I mean, I probably have more questions to your point, Victor, than I have answers, right?
Mhm.
But, what are the trade-offs that need to be made for economic growth and supply chain integration between these two countries? Can they really operate separately? No, they can't. They're two totally, supply and demand are two totally interconnected for them to operate separately. We know that. I mean, business leaders know that. I don't know necessarily all the political leadership understands that, or their key teams, but we all understand that there's no way for these two countries to operate without some level of cooperation and interconnection. I mentioned semiconductors. I mean, look, the research is led in the United States, true, in the companies like Intel, IBM, the universities, etc. But the manufacturing capacity is all in Asia. I mean, I think 80% of the semiconductor manufacturing capacity is between Singapore and Taiwan. I mean, not Taiwan, right? I mean, that's the world semiconductor. And we can talk about how we got there, but that's where it is. So this is total interconnection. You can't build this stuff without the research, and you can't ship it without the manufacturing. So the world is really totally connected. Then you talk about things that are going on, whether it's take the U.S. view of Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple, right? Or talk about Asian view of Alibaba, Tencent, Geely, ByteDance, Lenovo, right? And I bring these are incredibly global success stories, but there is a excitement around from political leadership in both countries to overregulate these entities. The issue with that, and time will tell, and there's studies going on at Stanford, that will kill innovation. And if you kill innovation, you're going to kill economic growth. Is that really what we want? We want to slow down economic growth because we have issues associated with these companies. I mean, yes, things need to change. Of course, data privacy is very, very important. I'm not defending the behavior. I'm just saying the solution isn't destroy them and break them up, right? Because they've been successful. The solution is come up with approaches and regulation and policy that gets them to become mature companies and integrate into the global economy with a I call a value system that people will welcome. You can go on and on again. Cybersecurity. I mean, how do you have global cybersecurity where all this data is moving around the world and you have different standards on privacy and trust? You can't. You have to harmonize these things. You can't have one standard I'll call it the Western standard, you know, that, and then the Eastern standard for privacy and trust. If you're going to deal with these cybersecurity issues that are all totally interconnected, and the bad guys, I'm not talking about the sovereign nations here, but the bad guys in this system are taking advantage of those seams. And we create the seams that allows them to kind of, in a way, as Mark, to break into the banks. You know, you might as well give them the code to the vault, is the way we've structured ourselves. So my point is that I know I've answered a lot of questions, but I offered up a lot of questions. I haven't answered any questions, but I do think that there's a way to think about this world that's quite different. And I'm going to start with a private sector view. And I believe that if the private sector can take the lead on some of these initiatives and begin to solve some of these problems, it will go quicker than if we rely on public policy to do that. Because the policy leaders are struggling with coming together on anything, like even as simple as get together and solve a pandemic issue or climate change, you know, things that shouldn't be debated politically, but they are in today's environment. So I think about things like, where can we come together? Big energy companies, everybody hates big energy companies, but they have lots of long-term plans that will reduce the dependency on a hydrocarbon as well as reduce emissions. But you need global standards to emerge within the energy system, because the energy system is totally interconnected. I mean, as we found out, Victor, I mean, when demand goes up, what are they doing? They're going back to the worst pollutant of all, coal. I mean, because the alternative sources, right? The alternative sources don't solve the demand problem. And it's not just in
all
China.
The small generators are coming back out.
Exactly. And you got it in the UK. You have it in Germany. You know, they cut off all their nuclear capacity, you know, which is a clean source of electrification, which gets me to the next point that I was going to make, which really is back to electrification. You know, it's another area where fundamentally you could, I mean, if you look at the physics, and nobody wants to deal with the physics of these things, in the short term, the alternative sources of energy don't solve the needs of the worldwide demand, right? So you need an alternative. Nobody wants it to be a dirty fuel source like coal, you know, and then a little bit better than that is natural gas, as we know, right? But nuclear is an alternative. You know, why don't we have more nuclear capacity? It's all policy, right? We've regulated it out, right? The short-term solution that exists, we don't allow to happen from a policy perspective. So what happens? People go back and burn coal. I mean, because that is their source of energy. A little bit on supply chains, as you know, and then I'll wrap it up here. As part of my little think tank, the Center of Global Enterprise, we have a large institute around supply chains, and a lot of our colleagues on the phone are part of that thing, as Victor knows. But we surveyed the group again as far as coming out of the pandemic, what needs to be done, and they have three areas of focus coming out of the pandemic. Resilience is most important to them. And they have the challenges, which are already short-term challenges as far as which you've already addressed, I won't repeat. But you also have the longer-term challenge of location and resiliency. And you have the world that they have to make a call. Companies have to make a strategic decision. Are you going to bet on a Western supply chain and an Eastern supply chain, fundamentally hubbed in, let's say, Europe and the United States versus led by China and Asia? Is that going to be your view of the world? Or will there be intercooperation and sharing that'll go on? Technology is the other area they're all focused on. COVID, if you ask them how many have accelerated technology plans based upon COVID, it's 55, well, it's roughly 60% of those companies have totally accelerated their plans. A lot of it is they're measuring, monitoring disruptions and how to be adjusted disruptions, heavily technology in the demand calls and those sorts of things. A lot going on within the technology side of the supply chain. Their other issue that they're wrestling with is talent. There's two sides of the talent pool. One side of the talent pool is the fact that there are a lot of people who have not returned to work, which is the short-term side of the talent pool, which we all know. And there's a lot of reasons for that, at least in North America, because there's so much stimulus. You wonder why was September and October great months for hiring in the United States? Because the unemployment payment stopped being paid in September. Now everybody's going back to work. I mean, it's not rocket science. There's like $2 trillion in bank accounts, as Mark referenced, that people are just sitting on, and they're going to go spend it. That causes a supply chain problem, but that's why they went back to work. But the other problem with the supply chain talent pool, guys, is that the skill set, because these things are all going to be digitally driven, right? And then if you look at the skill set that's required in these supply chain areas, there's a huge gap between what's needed for the future and what exists today. So I guess the key is, yep, there's a lot of real challenges. There's a lot of places the world can come together on. I talked about nuclear, but just think about it. In this area of global trade, a standardized digital payment system, something that's that simple. Everybody would have to agree in the payment system. That's the financial services institutions, the manufacturers, all that has to be agreed to. But it would take a lot of inefficiency out of the system and would stimulate demand, especially in the developing world. It's that straightforward, as you know, Victor, because you lead all the work in that area.
Yes.
It just requires a level of collaboration. It's not a technical challenge. It's just collaboration within all these various entities within these global payment systems that come together and create, no different than they do for currency trading and those sorts of things. Establish platforms and standardization, and you can solve some of those things. I talked about energy. I think another good example about the private sector, everybody talks about cloud computing today, and the great benefits, because it's lowered the cost of computing. It's allowed people to have scale and large data that can solve a lot of these complex problems, whether that's in healthcare or climate or the economy, et cetera, et cetera. That all started in the private sector. It was all created in the private sector, right? And then now it's become global. Everybody's using cloud computing all over the world, but it started in the private sector. So this is why I have some hope, quite honestly, in conclusion, where you can take, I think, some of these initiatives, some of these huge societal problems that we have, organize a business-to-business relationship that solves the problem, that solves the transition in the energy system. It's a 25-year problem. It's not a 25-quarter problem, guys. It really is a 25. When you look at the physics of the energy system of the world, we're talking about a quarter of a century best case, okay, right? So fundamentally, if you could get, I think, that level of collaboration, something like the payment system to take inefficiency out of trade. So within healthcare, just data sharing of healthcare, there is no reason that we could not build models where the origin of the virus began and how it would mutate. Victor, 20 years, well, I've been retired 10, so 15 years ago at IBM, we modeled mutations of the avian flu and all the other flus. We have these scientific models, but it requires that the world input the data into the models so you can track migration paths and hopefully get ahead of it. So you just don't have vaccines everywhere. You start vaccinating where it's going to go and try to slow it down. As an example of that. So, I mean, I'll pass it back to you guys. Thank you for having me. I guess that as a business guy, we're always optimistic. This is what we do. We make our livelihood being optimistic. But I do believe that if we rely on public policy to solve these problems, we're only going to frustrate ourselves. So why don't we come together as individuals and try to get this done?
Yeah. Well, Sam, I think that was just a tour de force. Yeah, thank you very much. I tell you, what you've done in asking a series of questions, I agree, you haven't provided answers, but you asked a huge amount of questions, I think really help us to frame the issue. And the key issue that you're really framing is, we talk about the future and all the problems, and we talk about solutions. What role does the private sector really play in providing solutions for the future? Now, people focus a little bit more on philanthropy and so on. Yes, that's all part of it. The ESG, etc. That's absolutely important. But what you're really saying is micro level, bottoms up cooperation to fix the fundamentals in what we do in our business and contributing, let's say, a efficient digital system for the world's smaller SMEs to operate. And those basics may, in fact, be a very, very important path for the future that the private sector can play. But before we jump all the way to the solutions, which we'll do, I just like to ask one thing, because I'll be remiss not to bring this up. You know, you talked at the beginning about bifurcation and how we really got to stay in an integrated world. It's interconnected, whether you like it or not. And what we really need is for the major players not to pursue a zero-sum game, and that will really bifurcate the world. And one of the things that people point to all the time is, can we find common areas, let's say between the US and China, where they can actually cooperate? Now, there's so many questions asked, and I'd like to throw it to the panel. Mark, I know you've got 200 people attending Glasgow and COP26, and Maria, you were just there at the battlefront. I mean, what are the chances that climate change could be that sort of entry point for the major economies, especially US and China, to actually cooperate together and to start this process of, really slowing down and maybe reversing this decoupling and going more to yes, we will compete, but it'll be a non-zero sum world. So maybe I'll throw it over to you first, Marie, because you had just come from Glasgow. Now, thank you for joining us from Nigeria, where you are now.
Yeah, I agree that we have to find ways for US and China to cooperate rather than have this unproductive decoupling, if you like to use that word. Before I address climate change, I do think on the trade front, going back and strengthening and having an open and rules-based multilateral trading system is still key. And that involves addressing the elephant in the room, which is dispute settlement system, which in the past, if you look at US-China disputes in the past, they have actually used the dispute settlement mechanism to settle their disputes. Both sides have lost and won, right? And I think we, the rest of the world who get affected by the trade wars, would prefer a world where the China-US disputes are settled in a multilateral setting, and with clear, there is a predictability out of that. And I also think the issues that the US has vis-a-vis China, and it's not just the US, but it's a more general issue on kind of this level playing field, industrial subsidies, and so on. Again, that's an area where moving forward, if WTO is going to be relevant in the 21st century to address these issues, these are also the issues that need to be on the table. So actually, we as WTO, World Bank, IMF, and UNCTAD, we are just completing a study on, OECD also, a study on subsidies in general, overall. And we hope that, this can lead to a sensible way forward on these negotiations. The complex one is actually technology, in my view. That's the one that will be very difficult to settle between these two. And that, again, in the past, going to 4G and other standards and talking about cybersecurity, they are supposed to be settled multilaterally, right? You have the ITU and so on and so forth. But we don't see, actually, that's the one that I'm more concerned about, because we don't see the way forward on those. And then finally on climate, I think on climate, can we see a way where there can be a sharing of technology moving forward on how to answer climate, right? And there are actually signs of it. If you look at, let's just take a few examples that I saw from the private sector that I found interesting, apart from these big goals of net zero. Maybe 2 or 3 examples. One was, how they talk about these hard to abate sectors, which is steel, cement, aviation, and shipping. And right. And these actually contribute 30% of CO2 emission. And what I heard was that there's all these, I think they call it Mission Possible. I think that's what they're called. There's all these coalitions building up between big companies, and they include US and Chinese companies in steel, in cement, in trying to come up with technological solutions and production solutions and so on and so forth to reduce the emission. And that that to me was something practical and something that could be done moving forward. And then second is the finance part. This is the part that I think if you look at, it wasn't mentioned anywhere. I was sort of reflecting on this. Mark Carney came up with this. There are 130 trillion out there that will where companies and private sector banks, HSBC is one of the big leaders in this. We will go to net zero, but we need the investments to go. We need to find the right transformative investments that we can go into, right? And I didn't hear anything mentioned about the so-called Belt and Road Initiative. And so I heard some people mention it. This is a huge undertaking where you are trying to have, a zero carbon, also low carbon infrastructure projects being built out. So I just wondered whether that's because basically you have commitments, but they're looking for good projects to be, good sustainable projects. Final thing I would say is that the big challenge out there is going to be coming out of apart from the net zero and the NDCs of countries, is the fact that competitiveness is going to be defined whether you are part of a sustainable supply chain or not, right? And this will involve China, it will involve the US, and there has to be some discussion and agreement as to what standards are you going to use, how are you going to agree on carbon content and the standards, and how are you going to track it, and so on and so forth. And this will require engagement and especially in the two major players. I mean, Victor, you have many ideas on that. And if we don't do that, we are going to have more disruptions, I think, in the global supply chains, and it can lead to disruption in trade that will probably affect developing countries and SMEs most if we don't deal it in a multilateral way.
Yeah, thank you, Marie. Thank you very much for that. Mark, let me turn to you.
I think Marie has laid it out exceptionally well. I mean, just a few added points. I mean, the pandemic has shown us that national approaches to local circumstances are important when responding to a crisis, but that also there's an important place, as Marie said, for concerted cooperation, international cooperation and action, especially to help those who need additional support. And one of the positive changes the pandemic could bring, I don't think has brought to the level that it's needed to date, is a renewed focus on the importance of public health. I mean, there should be a greater sense of collective global responsibility to ensure that developing nations do have access to basic services, to clean water, vital medicines, vaccines, etc. And this should and could form one element of a new kind of globalization. But I think, as we've seen, there is mutual suspicion between countries, and this suggests that there are limits to the degree of healthcare cooperation that is possible. But I think we've seen, and Marie has said, globalization over the last 30 years has really extended an earlier focus on trade to capital flows to technology and increasing acceptance of free markets, reflecting the support for the rules-based system. Enormous progress made in the 80s and 90s when emerging markets began to make sizable gains, and more recently, and it's largely as a consequence of disappointing developed world growth, the rising inequality that both Marie and Sam have spoken about, and growing international tensions. We've seen protectionism growing, and we've seen some aspects of globalization weaken. But let's go and take back some of the numbers. If you look at the position, global trade and capital flows have continued. Global FDI flows were already higher than pre-pandemic levels in the first half of this year. With inward investment to China accounting for a fifth of these, 20% of these. And WTO now expects trade volumes to go 11% this year, revised up from 8%. And so even during the heights of the pandemic, global trade didn't stop. We saw India exports grow by almost a third in the 5 years to the end of 2020 and are up 9% this year. Year to date, Vietnamese exports are up 20%. We've seen in investment flows, non-resident portfolio equity inflows to emerging markets have more or less brought back and made back the outflows by the end of 2020. Since then, the Hong Kong stock market has enjoyed record turnover for the past 2 quarters, more than twice pre-pandemic levels, and thanks in part to cross-border equity listing. And Chinese onshore bonds has also surged. It's up to almost 4 trillion yuan, up from 1 trillion in 2017. And in American mutual funds have also invested a record amount in overseas equities. So there is elements of, I think Marie spoke about the sort of financial globalization. But the climate globalization, I think, again, there are new forms emerging. And it's arguably, as we've all said, is the biggest threat, climate change to humans and planet Earth, and the biggest threat we've ever faced. And global partnerships are absolutely essential. It cannot be done any other way. No government or business or other institution can make significant progress on climate alone. There has to be collaboration inside industries, across industries, between public and private sector, between governments. Competitors have to talk and agree on common deliverables across industries, and trying to avoid unfair competition or creating barriers. Banks and all of us as bankers have a part to play in agreeing consistent way of sort of operationalizing targets. And governments need to understand what they can do to deliver the right market signals. So all of that is going on. As I say, I think there is an element here of climate action being a new type of globalization. Just to end with, just a couple of points on COP and to follow on from Marie. I think we've seen standout messages. The first, the will is there. And there's now, I think, real urgency to turn projects into action, and partnership between public and private sector is excellent. And we've moved from a position of less than 50% of countries covered in climate promises at the beginning of the year to close to 90% at the end of COP26. So I think, again, material movement, particularly with India coming through. But the second is the need not only for developed countries to do more for themselves, but also to provide more support to emerging markets. And it's absolutely vital that the momentum generated by COP's not lost. This has to be the next phase here. The element here is countries have promised a lot in the long run, but what are they actually going to do in the short run? And again, what are the economic and energy supply disruptions, and how severe may they be, and how much of the market's pricing them in? Much to think about, but I think there is an element of, again, on public health, on climate, both sort of financial globalization and a new kind of climate globalization that give us hope for the future with the backdrop of all of these trade, as you know well.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Without me as a moderator, sort of going into what I was thinking about the third section and final section of our panel here, is to really, okay, all these big problems, what are the solutions? What needs to be done? We have absolutely now segued already into that part of the whole program. And I think I'm very inspired by what I'm hearing. As far as I'm concerned, I'm really now hearing that, especially on the very important question of climate change, the commitments are now coming, they're there, okay? But the real issue is, okay, now you have the commitment, everybody's carbon net zero by X date. How do we actually get it done? The implementation phase. how do you actually find investments, as you guys were mentioning, Marie and Mark, to actually get you to, a position that you can actually have a portfolio that's carbon net zero, etc. And what I'm really hearing loud and clear is that the private sector has a role to play. And Sam is and that role is a very natural role. It's the role not, participating really in global dialogue and policy. Even things like PPP are very important, but really among ourselves, doing what we need to do for the business. And in the long run, actually creating a world in which is actually a connected, globalized world that would actually allow us to actually do the business more efficiently despite the politics, but also allow an inclusion of allowing SMEs to also participate. And of course, my favorite topic is trade. I grew up in trade. I live trade every day, and I will continue to live trade. I think we've got to get trade is the blood circulation in the world. And that is, if you want to actually address this bifurcation issue, this issue of two-speed recovery that we're very, very concerned about, I think you've got to get the blood flowing to the right level, got to get the trade flowing. And that would actually bring the economies and the companies and the SMEs in those economies into the world, and hence create now the integrated world that we all talked about. And I think I don't want to forget about the importance of policy, Marie, which I know you're addressing every day from a multilateral basis. But I think here with you outnumbered 3-1 on this panel, I think it's a clear indication that the business part, it's the bottoms up part that is also very important. And it has to be going on, really simultaneously, or dare I say, even leading the recovery, leading the mending of and the creation of the new multilateral system. Okay, so that the policy can actually help cement it and perfect it. So I think that to me is what has really come through very clearly in this discussion. So before I close, I just want to give each of you the last word. We'll start with Sam, and then we'll go to Marie, and then we'll wrap up with Mark. How's that? And I think we need to close it just a few minutes, just 1 minute each on your final thoughts. Sam?
Yeah, Victor, I think you said it extremely well, and so did everybody else on the panel. I think if you think about policy as strategy, right, but detailed executions operations, this is the world we live in. The private sector is very, very good at detailed plans to execute at scale. And the government's very good at policy and strategy. So we should accept our roles, right? Now we'd have to have agreement. Let's take climate change, right? And I guarantee you, we could all find the right people from all the different industries to get them together and lay out a 30-year plan on what you have to do investment-wise to make this energy system transition, right? And it's all elements of it, I mean, it's not just shipping, cement, steel, it's electrification of cars. You can't plug them in. I mean, we can talk about this all we want, and Tesla could do 1 million cars of a 300 million unit industry or whatever the hell it happens to be, right, guys? You cannot plug them in, okay, right? So you got to go to all those detailed levels, like a supply chain, Victor, your world that you know very, very well.
Yeah.
So my proposal is, if we think about it, and I realize it's a big idea, and I don't want to shortchange it, but we have roles that we should be able to work together on. We ought to let the academics and the government establish strategy, policy, and then in that framework, allow the private sector globally to come together and lay out these details on the health system. Take the leading health institutions of the world. I happen to be from Hopkins, but lay them all out and do the same sort of thing. And I think we could make progress. But then you can't do it without investment, as Mark said. You have to have investment to get that done.
Thank you very much, Sam. Let me go quickly to you, Marie. You muted, Marie. Marie, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm going to say something about trade because trade is also very much part of my being. And we met many, many years ago. We won't tell people how many years ago because of trade. And
Yes.
so for me, I totally agree with you. Trade has a big role in recovery. 3 concrete recommendations on that. Simple costless stimulus to reduce trade costs, simplify, streamline, trade facilitation kind of steps that will help the supply chain bottlenecks and will help economic recovery. Second, continue the economic integration in global markets, keeping markets open, our usual policy recommendation, deepen and broader regional economic integration, including what's happening in Asia, RCEP, CPTPP, ASEAN-based integration, and most importantly, open and rules-based trading system under WTO, existing issues as well as new issues. And finally, global value chains need to be more agile and resilient. And the answer is diversification, not nearshoring or onshoring or this kind of more nationalistic processes that seem to be going on. And as we talked about many times, Victor, how do these supply chains become more agile using digital technology? And I think I would add also they also need to become part of the sustainable supply chain as well.
Absolutely, you're speaking my language, Marie. It's all about agility and resilience and all a sustainable way. Okay, Mark, last but not least, quick word from you. And we'll wrap up.
Much has been said. I think just going back, I think global partnerships are essential. Business and governments working together, competitors talking in a different way, the financial system supporting the operationalization of all of these issues, and governments making sure they send the right signal. You know, there is so much opportunity and so much ability to use technology in a very powerful and productive way. And I think we've got much to do, but I think it's in working in partnership that I think is most productive.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd like to just say on behalf of all of us around the world, we'd like to thank our panel. It's been a tremendous discussion, and I don't think I can add another word except thank you. See you soon. See you at the next session. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Sarah. Good to see all of you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you, speakers. We will now take a break. Please come back for the second session on Asia and a new multilateralism in about 1 hour.
Right, thanks.
Welcome back. Let's take a deeper look at how multilateralism can be strengthened in the post-pandemic world and what this means for global and regional institutions, for policymakers, for business, in key sectors, including trade and supply chains, public health, and finance. Here with us are Christina L. Davis, professor in the Department of Government at Harvard University, Vivian Lin, Executive Associate Dean of the Li Ka-shing Faculty of Medicine at the University of Hong Kong, Siddharth Tiwari, Chief Representative for Asia and the Pacific at the Bank for International Settlements, and former Kerry Logistics Chairman, George Yeo, who served as a Singapore Cabinet Minister from 1990 to 2011 and is now visiting scholar at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. He is a member of the Asia Global Institute Advisory Board. This session will be moderated by Hei-Wai Tang, Associate Director of the Asia Global Institute. Professor Tang, please.
Thank you, Stevie. It's my great honor to moderate this session with 4 distinguished panelists talking about Asia and a new multilateralism. I'm not going to spend time to introduce specific speakers. You can read their impressive bio and CV on the individual websites. I'm going to jump on to ask the first question to Professor Davis from Harvard. So my question is, it is widely perceived that multilateralism has been mostly shaped or driven or influenced by government in the West. In the past decade or so, we have seen China to be more engaged in driving multilateralism, trying to be more active in influencing or talking about at least the so-called New World Order. But when we look at Asia in general, we have 3.2 billion people living in other Asian countries outside of China. So what do you think that the rest of Asia can contribute to the New World Order? And how can Asian governments act together to tackle some of the pressing global challenges, such as trade disruption, economic recovery from the pandemic, or even climate changes?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be a part of this event. And it's certainly a moment when we do need to think about new ways to form cooperation. I'm optimistic that Asia's contribution will improve multilateralism. And I realize there are some who worry that there will be rivalry as China gains influence and wants to establish its own institutions, whether the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the Asia Investment Infrastructure Bank or One Belt and One Road Initiative. But for projects so important as development, there can't really be too many players so long as they coordinate and continue to pursue common goals. And it's actually interesting to think back when Japan started to recover after World War II. By the 1966 establishment of Asia Development Bank, Japan played a lead role, but that wasn't at the expense of its role in the World Bank. And those 2 development banks went forward to do a lot of really important projects in East Asia. And adding in another with AIIB could simply help meet further the needs of the region. And it does appear that China and its leadership is trying to model the activities on existing multilateral institutions. So I think there could be room for more participation from East Asia, just strengthening the overall input for cooperation. At the same time, when I think about what has East Asia gained from multilateralism, we have to think about trade. I mean, the East Asian export-led development model that worked so well for Japan, Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and China has really depended on the open trade regime that kept markets opened, that helped them to navigate trade disputes. And it seems like right now, the World Trade Organization desperately needs reform. And I'd like to see the initiative coming from East Asian countries, if anything, a little bit of a payback to multilateralism to try and kickstart some of these WTO reform efforts to keep the trade system open. And I know it's difficult, but there's a whole range of issues where East Asia has a strong contribution. Singapore issues that were at the start of the Doha round talked about investment and competition and procurement rules that got started at the Singapore Ministerial in 1996. Leaving those issues out of the Doha agenda for trade was really a problem. So maybe now East Asia can push and say, global production value chains are just as important, but they need more rules. Let's get back to the multilateral table to think of a better approach to improving these rules. I hope it's possible.
So since you mentioned about the new trade agreement among the Asian economies, I would like to ask you about your opinion about RCEP, so Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Do you think it is, some groundbreaking FTA that is going to lead to potentially more multilateral activities within this region, or even influence other countries to engage more in multilateral trade agreements in the near future?
Yes, RCEP is now the largest trade agreement. The economies it includes are larger even than the EU. Obviously, it is not as deep an agreement as the European Union as a customs union with complete lowering of tariffs and common decision-making rules. So RCEP is impressive in terms of forming the first trade agreement between Japan, Korea, and China, and helping the countries of ASEAN to harmonize across a lot of different overlapping trade agreements so that the rules of origin are going to be a little simpler for firms to navigate all of those regional production networks. And so I think that the improvement for rules of origin will make it easier for companies doing trade in the region. And there has been some reduction of tariffs in critical areas that is meaningful trade liberalization. Now, certainly it's not seen as the most ambitious trade agreement. And so in that sense, it's not a dramatic step forward, but it does include free flow of data. And it does call that countries should not force data localization, although the exceptions seem rather big on that front. So there are some areas where it is a little more ambitious than previous free trade agreements in the region. So if we look at the possibility that regional trade agreements can create more initiative for liberalization, this one is a positive step forward. Clearly, the challenge is it doesn't include the United States or Europe or India decided not to join. And so the real challenge is whether momentum from RCEP will help feed back into WTO and multilateralism. And the danger is if instead it makes countries just form a sphere of influence outside of the global economy. I don't see that happening. The countries of Southeast Asia, Japan, are not looking for a separate sphere of isolated economic exchange. And so I think we'll continue to see broad global market policies with RCEP as one of many trade agreements.
It's great to hear that. I still remember when I was a grad student, 20 years ago, we were talking about whether regional trade agreements are building blocks or stumbling blocks for multilateralism. And I still remember that there's actually no conclusion after years of debate. But I'm glad to hear your positive remark on the RCEP that seems to be more like to be a contributing force to more multilateral activities. I'm going to come back to you, Professor Davis, in a few minutes. But for now, I would like to turn to Mr. Yeo, the former Foreign Minister of Singapore. I remember in some webinar, you once mentioned that it is very difficult for countries to take side in the midst of the US-China tension. And it seems that some of you maybe are already unwillingly doing so. And in your opinion, or based on your observations, what have individual Asian countries done to diversify against geopolitical risk? In your experience as a foreign minister of Singapore, what do you think are the most difficult challenges facing foreign ministers around the world today?
Thank you, Hewai. You know, the countries of Asia, they want a multilateral system, but one which accommodates a rising China. They don't want this polarization. They are not at all at ease with the increasing pressure being put by the US to somehow confine China. Take ASEAN. Singapore is in the middle of ASEAN, so perhaps this should be my starting point. ASEAN is now the biggest trading partner of China, bigger than the US or Europe, by quite a big margin. And this margin will grow. Every country in Southeast Asia wants a bigger chunk of the China account. But at the same time, they worry that, well, they become too dependent on China, and China will somehow have too much influence on their freedoms. So when that happens, the more they see their account with the US growing, the more they want diversification. This is natural, it's instinctive. I tell my American friends, you are a free rider on the AIIB, on the Belt and Road, because the more these projects succeed, the more countries welcome you, and you don't have to pay anything for the public good. You are just naturally welcome. Question is, does China itself want multilateralism? I believe so. I believe that this is its first preference. In the negotiation for RCEP, I was told by Singapore trade negotiators that China was the keenest to have India inside RCEP. But there could be political reasons for this, but they were prodding ASEAN to make more concessions to India. But India is still agricultural. It worries a lot about elections all the time. And there was therefore a decision, a great pity, not to join RCEP, but we should get India in as soon as possible. And get China to join the CPTPP, because that would put pressure on the US to come back in. And that is the most important multilateral system of them all, the CPTPP. And together, the economies of a CPTPP, which includes the US and China, will be maybe 2/3 or 70% of the global economy. The WTO will have no choice but to move along. I don't see regional trading blocks as stumbling blocks at all if they are WTO consistent. They are the ones which will, in the end, provide the leading edge to the WTO.
Very glad to hear that. So we have been talking about trade and all the new trade agreement initiatives. But then when we think about multilateralism, especially during and potentially after the pandemic, we will have to think about more multilateral collaboration, trying to solve all those emerging potential crises regarding global health and also environmental degradation. So I would like to switch gear a little bit to talk about other non-trade or non-economic topics. Especially we have an expert from the Hong Kong New Medical School, Professor Vivian Lin. We know there's a vaccine gap between the developed and the developing world, right? The vaccination rates have been rising very rapidly in advanced economies, while in many developing countries, we still see very low vaccination rates, obviously because of the lack of vaccine. Do you expect a stronger multilateral effort after advanced economies people took the vaccine? And in the absence of that, if there's not enough multilateral efforts to support developing countries to be vaccinated, what would happen to the world? Do you see a more divided world on social issues or economic issues?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that what we have seen during the pandemic is vaccine nationalism, vaccine diplomacy, and they're both pretty ugly. But what happens in global health cannot be divorced from political economy. And at the end of the day, vaccine is big business. And pharmaceutical companies are in the high-income countries. So what is the role of the high-income countries to actually either make the vaccines more accessible or support the manufacturing capacity in lower-income countries, or to subsidize vaccine access through their official development assistance, or to pressure big pharma to lower the prices. So I think there's a number of things, and we have to say, where is the leadership from the high-income countries? And I think this is really a very, very critical issue. In the absence of that, you also see, of course, other vaccine manufacturers and exporters like India and China and Russia, not quite getting the same profile. So all the vaccine access issue really does become part of the fabric of current geopolitical debates, and their resolution in the future will also depend, I think, on how multilateralism evolves, rather than just rely on WHO to go begging.
So on this topic, I'm not a health expert, obviously. What has the WHO do? What has the WHO done? And what other organizations or multilateral efforts that can be done outside the WHO framework?
Well, I think the main thing that's really important to recognize is actually the complexity of the global health landscape. And this has really increased over the last 20 years since the advent of the Millennium Development Goals. There was a time, WHO is a technical agency in the UN system. It sets normative standards. It leads on a number of global health issues. It is, in fact, the only place where member states come together. But what we have seen is not only increased investment from the multilateral banks and regional banks, but we have seen a proliferation of public-private partnerships like the Global Fund and Gavi, which is the Global Alliance for Vaccine Initiative, but also a proliferation of philanthropies like the Gates Foundation, Bloomberg, so on, which actually has much more money and less public accountability. So let's be very clear that, in fact, the global health environment was very fractious before the pandemic. And so the question is, as we try to manage the pandemic better, and if we do come out of the pandemic, are we going to see any changes in the global health architecture, or at least how these organizations relate? Because in addition, we also have other UN agencies and international NGOs who are vying for funding from the same donors. So I think the resolution of what that global health architecture is going to look like is going to be challenging.
Great. Let me switch another gear, because we are talking about the pandemic, how multilateral effort is needed to solve future health crises, including the ongoing one due to the vaccine gap. But when we talk about the world, another challenge is obviously climate change. So now I would like to turn to Dr. Tiwari, who has been working at the BIS for many years. And I heard that very recently, the BIS has announced the launch of a new Asian Green Bond Fund. It aims to essentially channel global central bank reserves to green projects in the Asia Pacific region. Could you speak more about how it works and what are the mandates for individual countries' central banks? And do we have similar initiatives in other continents, right? This may be the first of its kind in the world. And if it is so, can Asia lead in these initiatives?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me here. Just to comment on multilateralism before I move to climate. I think the way the world is structured, the interconnections there are, both trade and financial, there is no alternative to a rules-based multilateral system. The issues are always what the rules are. And here ambition needs to be married with realism. And the second thing always is, what is the dispute resolution system? And in this, the strength of global institutions is what matters. And there are areas where even with countries that have very different ambitions, they always find room to collaborate because they're able to set the rules of the road on which the private sector has shown that it can innovate and further development. And climate is one area where you see a meeting of the minds between many large economies, and especially United States and China, where there's a meeting of the minds. And it is areas like this that shape and strengthen multilateralism forward. So in our case, we recently launched the Asian Green Bond Fund. Let me start with why we decided to take this step. If you look at everything that's come out of the Asian Development Bank, it's very clear that Asia Pacific region is the region of the world that has the largest need for infrastructure investments in the neighborhood of about 2 trillion a year. It is also the most vulnerable region to climate change. And therefore, much of these investments will have to be green investments. So the need is dominant on one part. At the same time, Asian central banks and central banks in the region have a mandate to avert financial instability, including that may come out of the climate crisis. And they also have a large pool of reserves, relatively speaking. So the Asian Green Bond Fund that the BIS has launched is an attempt to join these two needs in the region. So a bit about the fund. It's designed to provide central banks with the opportunity to invest in high quality projects that are issued by bonds issued by sovereigns, supranationals, and corporations that comply with the strictest of green standards. It has two distinctive features relative to what has been done before. First, it has a much broader group of eligible issuers. For example, it will invest in corporations, including financial firms. And the reason is that in Asia, unlike other parts of the world, much of the financing comes through commercial banks rather than capital markets. That's a big difference for Asia. So people ask, what specific area of the private sector will benefit from something like this in Asia? The investment is broad-based, and private sector that is investing in green infrastructure projects is likely to benefit from something like this. The second is more architectural, and it's again going back to the multilateral origins and the multilateral need of dealing with global public goods. That in developing this, we had widespread consultation with Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the World Bank, International Finance Corporation, European Investment Bank, European agencies, to explore the opportunities for mutual cooperation to develop a pipeline of green projects in the region. I must say that this consultation, if one thing came out of this consultation, it was commonality of interest across the globe and a desire to support it. This collaboration is there with development institutions because they have boots on the ground to be able to source green opportunities and deal with concerns about greenwashing, which is quite dominant in the context of the COP26 discussions. And this fund would provide the opportunity for central banks to invest their reserves. It is not restricted to Asia. There's been a very positive reaction from both Europe as well as central banks in the Americas. This is our first attempt to join the financial side with the development side. It is the first attempt where a regional partnership has been devised. And I see no reason why something like this cannot be undertaken in the Middle East, North Africa. There is a regional development bank, or undertaken in sub-Saharan Africa, where the African Development Bank has a strong leadership, or to be taken forward in the Caribbean and Latin America, where the Inter-American Development Bank could provide an anchor to these efforts. And there's a saying in technology that that is very familiar to everyone in Asia, which is start small, think big, and ramp it up fast. And so we've approached this with a similar sentiment.
Great. I like your conclusion and quick summary of essentially what the Asian Green Bond Fund is. I hope to see the actual impact when it is launched. It's going to be launched next year, right, in 2022.
Yeah. So we've finished the consultations. And with these things, the devil is always in the details, and the details are always with the lawyers. And so we're going to go through a process with the central banks and dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and we'll begin sourcing funds in the first quarter of next year.
Great. So by the way, I should have mentioned earlier, anyone who are listening to us online, feel free to type in your questions, and I will read your questions to our distinguished panel in the last half an hour. But before we turn to the Q&A, let me go back to Professor Lin. So I know you have worked at the WHO as a Director of Health Systems in the Western Pacific Regional Office. What would be the potential impact of the current pandemic on the global public health system? Specifically, during the pandemic, during the Trump administration, there has been, I would say, even, I wouldn't want to hold my word, but I would say like threats from the U.S. government saying that there's going to disengage with the WHO. On the other hand, China's government has shown more interest to play a larger role in the WHO. Could you speak a little bit more about this? I know you have an article talking about this sort of diverging interest to participate in the global health system by the two superpowers.
Look, I think, as I said before, the global health architecture is complex. So when Trump decided to withdraw, it wasn't actually the first time the US had decided to go alone. When US went to finance PEPFAR as a program to enable HIV drugs to be available across Africa, they also went alone and didn't go with, and that was under an earlier administration. So I think we see this periodically from different countries, and the big donors are more liable to do this. China's engagement is actually really, in many ways, quite recent, in that China has not been a big financier, and really made its very first, I think, voluntary contribution. It was to UNICEF a few years ago, and rather than to the WHO. So I think in terms of what will happen at the global level, of course, the donors will continue to jockey for influence, and that's UK, US, Japan, Germany. But we have also had, over the last few years, a different kind of a global health alliance, and that's Thailand, Brazil, Norway. It doesn't kind of get the global media profile, but very important in trying to find their way to go across the kind of usual groupings. Thailand has had an amazing process where they bring the largest delegation to the World Health Assembly, because they're actually systematically training up younger people to be engaged with global health, to analyze the issues. Vietnam has picked up on that. China is now picking up on that. So I think we have to kind of go beyond, what happens at the governance level to really see how countries are engaging if we want to understand the longer term consequences. From the viewpoint of the immediate response after COVID, I think what we see is, in the Asian region, and I mean East Asia and Pacific, we've seen in some ways a much better management so far with the zero COVID policy. This is actually quite consistent with how the Western Pacific region has performed over the years on a variety of public health issues. There's a certain sense of, firstly, pragmatism. Let's not argue, let's not debate the philosophy, let's just do it and achieve it, kind of a pragmatism. But secondly, the region has actually consistently invested in capacity development and system strengthening. So in that sense, there is quite a distinctive Asian approach and a contribution that's very different from, the money, the philosophical ideas, which tend to come from the more Western countries. And I think that dynamic will be there, but what's going to be important is really what are the lessons that then are learned and whether they're shared globally or they remain regional.
Professor Lin, I mean, I like your sharing, and you inspire me to talk about something that I was not going to get into, but since you have some thought on this, let me just ask you. So when it comes to sort of like multilateral collaboration, we have sort of the Asian values, Asian, I would say, ideology. For example, about COVID, many countries in this side of the world we talk about, zero case to be the target, while, many countries on the other side would say, well, let's live with the virus. So, this sort of diverging philosophies, ideologies that you already mentioned would affect potential collaboration, right? Could you comment a little bit more about this, right? I mean, I think part of the reason why we have not seen more collaboration between the two superpowers is because, they have different views about certain issues.
I loathe to get into an Asian values debate per se, because I don't think it's so simple. I mean, you do have differences between how Japan has handled the virus compared with Singapore and China. At the same time, you have Australia and New Zealand, which you would think would be similar to UK and US, handling it differently from the US and UK. So I do think that there's probably some underlying community values that's not Asian per se, but that is a different sense of solidarity with a political ideology overlay in probably all countries. But I think also the experience of SARS in the region probably has also been important. And it isn't just government, it's the community that actually has that memory and is behaving in particular ways that make a difference. So we do have obviously some differences across the world, but I think when we look at COVID, we really have to understand this mix of ideology, values, particular leaders, social institutions, and the health literacy in the community.
Great. Thank you, Professor Lin. Let me once again turn to Professor Davis. I want to continue the conversation we had about trade agreements. In addition to RCEP, China has recently expressed interest to potentially join the CPTPP. And we still remember TPP was proposed by the Obama administration many years ago, and obviously the Trump administration decided to withdraw from it. So now with a potential joining by China, do you see pressure on the United States that they're going to put up their act and rejoin the CPTPP?
It would be interesting to see if rivalry could bring them together. There is always that possibility. Thinking back how Cold War rivalry actually led the Soviet Union and the United States to cooperate in the World Health Organization to eliminate smallpox. They both wanted to show they were doing more for the world. And certainly now we see China speaking of free trade banner, and maybe the United States will come back to try and hold up its side of this multilateral cooperation. But I'm not optimistic. One of the few things that has brought bipartisan consensus in the United States over the last 6 years has been hostility to the TPP. And so I just don't see it happening. And, it could, certainly China trying to join might be the spark, but it appears right now the Biden administration is talking up APEC as an alternative forum, which is coming up this week. And the US wants to host, and that is a forum that already includes the United States. So I think that the United States is going to be trying to, it's not having a priority on new trade agreements, and to the extent that it will try to restore some kind of trade order, it will be done through bilateral agreements with China, getting back to the phase 2 agreement negotiations, working multilaterally through APEC or with close allies in the Quad or other scenarios. So that leaves the question of what happens to CPTPP if the US is not getting back in. And, I think it is a very important agreement that sets high standards, and those standards are important both for lowering trade barriers at the border, for setting new rules on digital trade, for establishing restraints on fisheries subsidies and labor provisions. So it really is an agreement the US helped to author, even if it did not join. And to see this continue is important. Now, will China joining be possible? And would it be good for the agreement? There actually is some overlap between RCEP and CPTPP, which makes it possible to think that if China did have enough domestic reformers that wanted trying to join a high standard agreement as a positive motivation to lock in reforms, a much better path than responding to Trump or Biden tariffs. That pathway is possible. I think that China could, in an ambitious reform agenda, convince countries it was willing to be more transparent on subsidies, lower tariffs more, open more to investment, try to restrain some of the restrictions on data flow. But it would be a long negotiation, just like China getting into the WTO was a long negotiation. And it will have to be parallel with Taiwan. There is no accident that Taiwan was starting to talk very seriously about trying to join CPTPP. Japanese politicians were coming out in support. There was talk in the United States about trade agreements with Taiwan. And I think China trying to join CPTPP was in part to make sure it was quite clear that Taiwan alone joining would not be a possibility in current foreign affairs in East Asia. The same being said, China alone joining would not be positive either. And so just like the WTO brought Taiwan and China into the agreement at the same time, CPTPP is going to have to try and navigate that dual representation within a one China policy.
Great, thank you. Mr. Yo, in your earlier remark, it seems that you think China's potential joining of the CPTPP will speed up the process for the United States to potentially rejoin the CPTPP. Do you have anything to add based on Professor Davis' comments?
I agree with Professor Davis that it would take years for China to negotiate admission into the CPTPP. China is not doing it for tactical reasons, although there are tactical benefits in doing so. I think it's come to the conclusion that the CPTPP is good for China's own long-term development. It sets higher standards, and most importantly, it puts disciplines on state-owned enterprises. China can't do away with state-owned enterprises, but China doesn't want its state-owned enterprises to become bloated and soaking up more national resources than necessary. But China will always need state-owned enterprises in times of emergency, like during COVID. So I think from the viewpoint of those of us who are already members of the CPTPP, we should negotiate seriously with China and help bring China in, because it's good for China and good for ourselves. A collateral benefit would be putting inducement on the US to come back to the multilateral system. The current mood in the US is, well, if the multilateral system is good for us, we're in. If it's not, we're out. But that's not true multilateralism. True multilateralism is when you stay in to change it from within. But that's not been the case in the past. And getting a change of mind, of mood, of attitude in the US will take time. I think the US is going through a very challenging internal political struggle, which dominates political thinking within the US establishment. And it's always one election after another. I think right now, the administration is preoccupied about the coming midterms. And there's the possibility of Trump coming back in the next presidential elections. All this hovers over politics in the US. And we can't change the US, but we really want the US to stay in the multilateral system. And the CPTPP will surely grab domestic attention in the US when it seems likely that China will eventually join. Pacific with China in and US out cannot be good for the US.
Good. So once again, for the people who are listening online, please feel free to raise your questions. You know, we don't have a lot of time. Take full advantage of this opportunity. So let us now talk about the post-pandemic recovery, if we can. So let me turn to Dr. Tiwari first. So obviously, income inequality has been rising, you know, even before the pandemic, and you know, we would be more concerned about the post-pandemic world, with rising income gaps within countries and also across countries. You know, in your capacity, you probably have seen rising debt levels in the corporate sector as well as in governments. So, you know, what are the risk factors that have been threatening the global economic recovery? We have seen deglobalization happening almost a decade ago, and the pandemic, up to now at least, seems to accelerate the deglobalization trend. So, you know, with deglobalization and all the economic risk factors, what can multilateral organizations do to alleviate those risks and lower the possibility of another global economic crisis?
Thanks. So in this, I'll focus on what is the debate of the day, which is policy normalization in advanced economies, its impact on Asia, and how should we prepare for that, and the role of multilateral institutions in this process. Some of the remarks also pick up on what Mark Tucker and others said in the panel this morning, and so you will find similarities. But before I start, just to remind everyone, the challenge of the last decade has not been too high growth, has not been inflation. In fact, it's been the opposite. It's been low growth and the inability of central banks to get prices up into the target that had differed, that is their mandate. And, you know, from Japan to Europe to other countries, the challenge has been too low prices rather than too high prices. So in the backdrop of this, the pandemic came, and no one a year back would have thought that we would have been in this position today. The recovery has been remarkable. The action by central banks first and governments later has been forceful, with the IMF estimating that the recovery is about global economy growing about 6% or just under 6% next year. Recovery is strong in United States and Europe, and so we're seeing some initial signs of moving towards policy normalization. The improvement in the fortunes of these economies are broadly positive for emerging markets, and they're positive for Asia. Their stronger global growth means increased demand for exports, especially manufacturing exports, and rising commodity prices is a further boost to commodity exporters. And we are seeing these signs in Asia. But the worry is that as the global conditions tighten, are we going to see past episodes of capital flow outflows in Asia, whether it was 2013, 2014, the famous taper tantrum or other variations? I think there's a general consensus today that any normalization needs to be gradual, it needs to be flexible, it needs to be well planned, and most importantly, it needs to be well communicated. If anything we've learned in the last decade is that clear communication is extremely important. Relative to before, emerging Asia is in a far better place to face tightening global financial conditions than in the past. I will name 5 reasons for it. One, the needs are lower. For example, Asia was running current account deficits before. You are seeing surpluses right now. Second, the tools to fight pressures are stronger, that Asian reserves, buffers in the face of capital flows are significantly higher. The adjustment to be made would be lower, with real exchange rates far more depreciated than before. The use of macro and micro prudential policies by central banks and regulatory agencies have made the system more resilient. And above all, I think it's fair to say that the policy frameworks in Asia are much stronger than what they were before. If you saw the move through the global crisis or before, Asia has remained relatively strong and well anchored. That is not to say that there will not be near-term or long-term challenges. The near-term challenges will, of course, be focused on reviving growth in the region and dealing with capital outflows as the global economy, global financial conditions tighten. Over the long term, the policy normalization will need to cope with the legacy from the pandemic. And here you named two issues. Higher debt levels is a legacy that will need to be dealt with. And rising inequalities, both within and across countries, will need to be dealt with. I think we all thought that the role of the markets was to equalize opportunities between people. And the role of democracies or the state was to equalize outcomes. And in some way, the combination of markets and democracies or markets and states were equalization of opportunities and outcomes. And that has not happened. That's another global public good like climate, like pandemics, that has been out of reach. And this will be the next focus. What is the role of global institutions here? I will tell you, through the crisis, an institution like the BIS was able to provide real-time engagement between the central banks of the world on a regular basis, monthly basis, in exchanging the views on what actions they're likely to take, what challenges other parts of the world are facing, in a very frank and candid manner. And when I saw that, there was no inclination that multilateralism had faded.
Very good. So I actually prepared some more questions, but then all of a sudden I realized there are a lot more interesting questions coming in from our online audience. So let me direct the questions to specific panelists. First is for Mr. Yo. Can you, it's actually from my colleague Hao Rees at AGI, and he asked, can you elaborate more on how ASEAN deal with the pressure to choose sides, with the US promoting the Indo-Pacific construct, the Quad, and expanding the Five Eyes and launching AUKUS? ASEAN centrality seems under stress. What are ASEAN's real options to avoid being a spectator to the great power competition, with some rooting for one side or the other, whether publicly or quietly?
There's an instinct in ASEAN to stick together in times of crisis. Within ASEAN, some countries are more pro-US, like Singapore, some are more pro-China, like Cambodia. There are historical reasons for this. But as a whole, there is a common instinct that we are better off being neutral. And if we are caught in a bind, then all of us can hide behind a common ASEAN position. And ASEAN has done remarkably well. It's done well not because it's strong, but because it's weak. ASEAN centrality is not based upon ASEAN being a military power, but because it is safe and everybody else can have ASEAN the driver's seat, not because it's a racing driver, but because it will not take ASEAN, the region, in a different direction. And ASEAN has carved out a unique position in the entire Indo-Pacific region. Even the term Indo-Pacific had anti-China connotations when they were mooted, and the way it's being used by the US today. So ASEAN was uncomfortable and set up its own interpretation of what the Indo-Pacific should encompass, what it means, and what it should not mean. So I'm confident that ASEAN has sufficient variable geometry within, sufficient wisdom to be flexible and to adjust to contending forces. If any side pushes ASEAN too hard, you'll find ASEAN leaning to the other side until the pressure lets off. And ASEAN will go back to the middle again.
Great. Thank you for your sharing, Mr. Yo. The next question from the audience is to Professor Lin. One of our participants asked, the BRICS countries plus Cuba and Iran collectively have the R&D, financing, and manufacturing capabilities for supplying much of the developing world with affordable essential medicines and vaccines. Unfortunately, the political dissonance among some of the BRICS member countries hasn't quite allowed this platform to live up to its potential. Could you please share your thoughts on this as a parallel track to advocacy efforts for patents waivers at the WTO and other international forums?
You know, in terms of the waiver at the WTO, I mean, that's been going on for now many months with many advocates. There's in principle agreement, but nothing has practically happened to my knowledge, but I don't track the WTO on a day in and day out basis. And I'm not sure why you would necessarily need BRICS as a group, as a platform for advocacy when there are many different forms of alliances. And indeed, it's not only the advocacy, but countries with the capacity could be just working directly with other countries to help develop that manufacturing capacity. And that may ultimately, in the long run, be the most important thing in a range of different ways to make that happen. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure why the BRICS issue is that important.
Very good. So there's one question that has no specific mentioning of which panelists should answer. So I'm just going to read it out loud and see who would like to chime in. So the question is, it looks like the common issues across trade, health, financing is about who should have the say in setting the standards. This is a political issue, and at the end, it's power play. How can civil society contribute to the process to build up multilateralism, which seems to be the direction all speakers agree should go? Who would like to talk about this? Like, how should civil societies contribute to multilateralism, perhaps from the bottom to up direction?
I'm happy to have a go in the health sphere in the first instance. I mean, I think it's quite interesting just historically to recognize that WHO as an institution grew up during the Cold War. And in the face of the Cold War and the geopolitics of the time, WHO actually retreated to technical standards as what it does at the core, and did not engage so much with debates about policy norms. And it is really very much civil society. Originally, perhaps through the declaration of Alma-Ata and primary healthcare back in 40 plus years ago, that actually started to push the WHO more towards a normative policy space. And that continues to be very important in terms of civil society engagement. The People's Health Movement regularly publishes the World Health Watch as a commentary, develops positions on all the agenda items of the World Health Assembly and the Executive Board, and any number of collaborating centers that are actually part of the WHO's sphere of work actually also make proposals for a global convention on global health, a framework convention on pandemic preparedness. There's no end of proposals. At the end of the day, it's still the member states on the governing board. So the next question becomes, what is the reform of governance arrangements?
That's very good. Anyone else?
I'll take a crack at it, both historical and forward-looking. So I think there are two parts to this question, and the civil society plays a key role in shaping the outcome. The first part is we went through 15 years of globalization, where massive increases in income, reduction in poverty, improvement in living standards. And the way the world moved forward was the market economy also led to a market society where winner took all and inequality increased, both in United States and in China. So this is not a system issue. It is what the civil society was comfortable with. And what this did was that countries did not invest adequately in global public goods, which is climate, pandemics, cyber, and the next one is data. They did not invest enough. Now we're seeing signs from civil society that they want to turn in a different direction. And the views of civil society are absolutely dominant in this discussion, that they will be able to change the direction, impact on the rules that will govern a global order, and more importantly, impact on what kind of a system do we embrace that gets us to dispute resolution without the global order grinding to a halt. We've done it before for a decade and a half, when the civil society wanted to go in a certain direction. We can go in a different direction together now.
Great, such an optimistic remark. Let me turn to another question. This is for Professor Davis. Do you see Japan's efforts, particularly under Prime Minister Abe, to balance its economic relationship with China with its alliance with the United States as a model for pragmatic foreign policy that fosters multilateral collaboration? In other words, is Tokyo's approach a best practice for the so-called middle powers?
I do think Japan has helped to continue a strong relationship with the United States without developing more hostility with China as a counterpart of the partnership with the United States. And so being able to thread the needle between economic dependence and mutual benefit with China and long and deep alliance with the US has certainly been a success. The Abe administration and successor administrations hew closely to. I think the other side of this is, has Japan been able to moderate the US? And, you know, to be the best friend, you're supposed to take away the keys from the drunken driver. And has Japan been able to try and prevent the United States from causing more damage? And I do think there's some areas where Prime Minister Abe clearly tried to be the flag bearer of free trade, pushing even at the G20 summits that yes, there should be endorsements of the WTO. And also on the issues where the United States started to push towards damaging the WTO and the dispute settlement problem of holding up the appellate body, Japan was willing to reach out to Canada, Europe, and push forward negotiations. I don't think Japan alone can do this, but it has helped to be one of the voices in the room. One of the issues here, though, is when the US is pushing against China in direct confrontation, Japan has to follow the issues of critical national security. And so I don't think it's really correct to say it's playing a middle road. On the key issues of national security, it has taken sides with the United States. On economic security, it has also shown an interest in diversifying from overdependence on China. And there are really sharp concerns about state-owned enterprise, technology expropriation, unfair competition through excessive subsidies, where Japan shares the concerns with China. It just doesn't have the same hostile rhetoric of the United States. And the final point is linking trade to human rights has been really toxic for the United States, bringing in the issues of human rights. And if its other allies were to join on that, it would really set this decoupling of the economy. But I think that Japan at the forefront and other countries have shown some reluctance to go deep on the human rights trade linkage, which forces the United States to face a question of, is it going to go alone on these issues, which would be a high economic cost? And I imagine there will be other countries that will also be trying to keep a low profile on those issues that are red lines for China, while maintaining conversations with the United States, expressing shared values and using other fora as a way to show they're also trying to raise standards in China, but just through diplomacy, not coercion or threats.
This is a very interesting point. Staying low profile and continue to engage in conversation with the United States. Mr. Yo, you have something to comment on this, given your observations in ASEAN?
Just a short intervention. I agree completely with Professor Davis that Japan has limited room of maneuver for issues bearing on national security because of its dependence on the US strategic agreement. But at critical moments, Japan can play a decisive role. When the US decided to pull out from the TPP, we thought it was over. But Premier Abe showed remarkable leadership in pushing the other countries to come to an agreement and establish a CPTPP. And that is now an asset for the entire region.
Thank you for chipping in on this. And another question for you, Mr. Yo. So the question is, Malaysia and Indonesia are littoral states of the strategic Strait of Malacca, which links the Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. Singapore sits right at the southern entrance to this heavily used waterway. This makes it likely locale for maritime blockade and theater for naval warfare if a US-China conflict breaks out. If there's no nuclear exchange in the strait, any nuclear power sub sunk in the strait would contaminate this narrow waterway. Okay, so it's a very long question. Is it time for ASEAN citizens and governments to get serious and emulate New Zealand for an ASEAN nuclear-free zone beyond aspirational declarations?
Now, ASEAN can say what it needs to say, but the world will do what it wants to do. And big powers behave as big powers. The Strait of Malacca is a very critical waterway. Any power which blocks it will face the odium of the whole world. It's not only China who should be affected. Japan, Korea, Taiwan will all be badly affected. Hong Kong too. But even if there is a blockade or a blockage of the Strait of Malacca, trade will still find its way around like water. It takes, say, the many years when the Suez Canal could not be used. Yes, it had some impact on global trade, but the war went on. I remember as a young kid during Konfrontasi, when Sukarno opposed the formation of Malaysia and stopped all trade with Singapore. Singapore traders traded through Hong Kong. Lots of smuggling went on. So yes, it's an important scenario, we have to worry about it, but it will not be the end of the world.
Great. Let me ask the last two questions. I think we should look forward to a brighter future. Okay. So first to Professor Lin, very quickly, maybe 2 minutes. What are the key lessons that we learned from the current pandemic, which we didn't learn from previous epidemic like SARS? I guess you already talked about, civil society and, philanthropist efforts, to basically solve this health problem this time. Do you see a silver lining from this pandemic that is going to bring us closer to each other, like what climate change has brought to us?
I have to say, some days I'm an optimist and some days I'm a pessimist. If I were to look at the silver lining, I think that we've realized that health is absolutely and completely intertwined with the economy and the society. And we cannot just look for technical solutions in the health system alone, but we actually have to engage all the social institutions. And whether it's for a pandemic or broader health issues. And indeed, if there are some lessons that I hope we will take away, one is the harnessing of the technologies that we've been using, but really transforming to a better health system that can promote greater access and equity, not only for infectious diseases, but a whole range of health outcomes. And secondly, then we can take more universal solutions towards addressing the inequities that we have seen. So that when the next pandemic hits, because there will be another one, we will not see the degree of inequities that we have seen this time.
Great, thank you, Professor Lin. Professor Davis, we have seen disruption in the current global economy. Supply chains have been heavily disrupted, by the rising shipping costs and the imbalance trade between North America and Asia. On this, how can multilateral actions to be taken in order to enhance sort of the resilience of the global supply chains?
We really need to have a stronger multilateral trade rule system. So WTO reform is a priority. And alongside this is whether to revisit a multilateral investment agreement. 22 years ago, efforts failed due to backlash, thinking multinational companies were the boogeyman. But now we've got a supply chain crisis and a trade war. And there's also an increasing nationalism that leads to excessive screening over investment. All of this may actually come together to lead to some consensus on basic rules. What would be prudential screening of risk for national security over what goods can be open to foreign investment? And we also could see some more consensus on getting a race to the top, going back to the civil society question. Everyone has seen the backlash from globalization that happens if labor standards are not protected. And the environment is fresh on our minds. And so I think there's a little more agreement that if we were to have a new investment agreement, it must include labor and environment as part of this negotiation so that companies can agree on standards. The Global Compact set a voluntary process. Could we deepen this? And that would be a way forward, but it'll be difficult and take a lot more consensus than we see inside of societies today, because I think we, as has been mentioned, there's so much trauma and inequality from the latest downturn. It's difficult to be optimistic about coming together on common rules for tough topics.
Great. I think your point echoes with Professor Lin's point, right? The economy and all this, labor rights and environments are intertwined, and there got to be ways that can create, a more sustainable environment for everyone. Mr. Yao, before you became the foreign minister, I was told that you were a trade minister for Singapore as well. What do you see as the new normal for international business or tourism when we probably will still have to deal with the current pandemic for a while?
When we look back in the future to the end of the 20th century, maybe the early part of the 21st century, we will say at that point, we past the zenith of unfettered globalization. And after that is globalization with increasingly intense localization. I think COVID has accentuated this trend. It is healthy. I think all of us realized that we were traveling too much. A lot of it was unnecessary. But we're discovering our neighborhoods. We're discovering friends because we are more anchored now where we live. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a good antidote. The world will go on. Maybe that short period of unfettered globalization was an aberration in human history.
Thank you. Dr. Tiwari, any last minute comment before I conclude?
The only comment is that the next big multilateral national challenge will be in the sphere of data, because data is the new fuel for the global economy. And over the last decade, the consumer footprint has increased significantly, and due to advances in technology, cloud computing, machine learning, deep learning, data has become a valuable commodity. And the central question is, who owns this data? Where should it be shared? Under what conditions is it stored? And who operates a data system? And the conversation on this hasn't begun, and that will be the next challenge. I think all solutions point to a data governance system that consumers control. For example, I don't know about any of my esteemed panelists, but when I subscribe to a service, I scroll down. I don't read the 19 pages. I hit I agree in 15 seconds. And when I do that, I provide a consent ex ante that is broad and sweeping, and I've given my activity away. And that system needs to change. The data consent system needs to be much more granular, and it needs to respect the purpose for which data is being used. There has to be minimal amount shared for that purpose, retained for a limited period of time, and for the use. And I think this will be the next global conversation for the next 5 years.
Great. Thank you so much. I learned so much in the last 75 minutes from a public health expert, from a political scientist, from a central banker, from a former foreign minister. This is such a diverse set of knowledge and insight that you all contribute to the panel. And I'm sure together with me, our online audience have learned about what will become the new world order. And I'm very happy to hear there are still a lot of room for optimism, especially about how civil society can actually participate in contributing in shaping the new world order or the new normals. There are rooms outside the existing multilateral organizations that each of us can play in making the world safer, better, more sustainable. And there have been quite a lot of initiatives to enhance the standards for labor, for environment, for health. So I remain very optimistic, and I've become more optimistic compared to an hour ago. Thank you so much, everyone. Stevie, your turn.
Thank you, Professor Tang. Our fireside chat with Andrew Xiang of the AsiaGlobal Institute and Bing Song of the Berggruen Institute will begin shortly. Thank you for joining our fireside chat on a One Earth balance sheet with Andrew Shing, Distinguished Fellow of the Asia Global Institute, and Bing Song, Vice President of the Berggruen Institute. Mr. Sheng and Ms. Song, please.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you, Stephanie. Andrew, may I start?
Please.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, I want to say a few words. It is just such a great honor to be the interviewer in relation to Andrew's innovative idea of a One Earth balance sheet. I was actually in financial services industry for many years, and Andrew was our esteemed regulator and a policymaker. His words and speeches matter to the industry. But today, I believe his words and speech matter to the entire humanity and the whole earth. So listen up. But before we get into the interview, please allow me to say a few words about the institute I work for and a bit of a framing for today's discussion. I am a vice president of Berggruen Institute, headquartered in Los Angeles, and the director of the Institute's China Center. We work in the cross sections of philosophy, frontier technologies, and arts. We bring together thinkers that would include scientists, philosophers, policy gurus, and artists to have dialogues with each other, to engage in, I call, thought collisions. In Chinese, it's like 思想碰撞, in the hope of generating fresh thinking and innovative ideas in this age of great transformations. So we work on identifying and fostering new, disruptive, but constructive ideas. They supplement and challenge the conventional thinking of modernity and globalization. So we are a new ideas incubator and a global platform for promoting innovative foundational thinking. So with this background, you would appreciate how excited I was when Andrew talked to me about his idea of a One Earth balance sheet a few months ago. I mean, to me, first of all, this idea reflects a different worldview on who we are and how we are related to each other and to nature. It represents a shift from the binary, mechanical, and a linear worldview to a holistic, dynamic, non-linear one. By elevating the policy thinking to the scale of the whole Earth, it introduces a new methodology and a way of thinking on approaching human and non-human affairs. I would say this represents a clear break from the mainstream partial and siloed perspectives. It calls for open, holistic, and interactive perspectives. We call this planetary thinking. It goes beyond the globalization narratives that we're familiar with. So secondly, the One Earth balance sheet idea disrupts many notions of macroeconomics and conventional developmental models, which have shaped our public policies for decades, if not centuries. Is GDP sufficient for evaluating human growth and planetary flourishing? Is the notion of externality still relevant when we use the whole Earth as the unit of analysis and policy making? So now I hope I've sufficiently piqued your curiosity on this great proposal by Andrew, which is called One Earth balance sheet. So without further ado, let's move to the interview questions. So I have a number of questions, and then at the end of the session, we're going to leave 15 to 20 minutes for the audience to ask questions. So I'll start with my questions first. So the first one, Andrew, can you describe the idea of One Earth balance sheet and how did you come up with it?
Well, I've been working on this area for quite a while, particularly on climate change. And I spent the whole of the pandemic period discussing with 6 other colleagues on, what we call buying time for climate action. And the more we discussed, the more I realized that the big barrier to change is actually a mindset problem. And very obviously, our thinking is that we look at everything from a national perspective. And when we look at everything on a national perspective, we tend to forget that we are all in the same boat. as the philosopher, race relations leader Martin Luther King said very wisely. He said, "We may have arrived on different ships, but we're in the same boat," and that is the core of the idea of planetary economics, because you can't think about the Earth from an individual perspective. We must realize that we individuals affect the Earth. Western philosophy has been very shaped by the René Descartes philosopher, "I think, therefore I am." And then I read across this African philosopher who said, "We think, we act, therefore we become." And so it's a difference between being and becoming. The Earth is now affected by 7.8 million people's consumptions, and it's not sustainable. If every single one of us consume like the average American or the European, we need at least 2 to 3 planets around, and we don't have 2 or 3 planets. There are planetary limits. So we need a different mindset. It's the, if every one of us think that we can consume all we want from Mother Nature, the result is that the Earth would go through this warming up period, because it's all related. Consumption is related to debt. The more you consume and the more you're willing to accept debt, the debt infinitely increases and consumption infinitely increases. There must be constraints to growth, constraints to consumption. So the whole idea of a balance sheet started coming in, because in a balance sheet, everything must balance. I'm an accountant by training, and one of my first research projects was to look at a flow of funds project, in which not just the economic flows, the trade flows, the physical flows, ultimately it ends up in the balance sheet. Something must add up. My liability is your asset, and your asset is my liability. So if I pollute the atmosphere, it will harm you. And if you pollute or consume something, I can't have it. So the result is that the having a One Earth balance sheet actually brings in not just the financial description of an individual, a company, a nation, but the whole Earth. We then relate the idea of natural capital, human capital, and all our assets and liabilities together, so that we have a far better picture, a whole composite picture of how the Earth is evolving. And once we all have the common picture, we have a common language, we might be able to arrive at common solutions. The real problem is you look at it from your point of view, I look at it from my point of view, and we can't agree. So at least we begin to have a common picture of what's happening. And that's why the One Earth balance sheet is, to me, it's quite important. And I must say, when you read it, you also felt it resonate. And I want to thank the Berggruen Institute and Neumann Magazine for publishing my article, which got published in August this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yes, indeed, when I read it, I thought it was really interesting and refreshing. I mean, we've seen planetary thinking in the area of environmental studies, and then even in areas of tackling the global catastrophes and this and that. So I would say this is the first comprehensive piece that I read on the One Earth balance sheet. Essentially try to conceive or reconfigure the accounting methods and using the whole Earth as the unit of analysis. So I do think that this is very, very refreshing and very interesting. So this idea, when I, perhaps let's explore a little bit sort of the intellectual significance of this idea, okay, at different levels. You touched upon the philosophical origin of some of the conventional thinking that we have right now. So could you expand a little more on in what kind of a world views this One Earth balance sheet trying to put forward, or at least promote? And in what way it's a break from the old conventional thinking, philosophically speaking, or what views? Yeah.
Well, the most fundamental issue about a One Earth balance sheet is that the idea that if we have full information, we can make better decisions. It's terrible when we actually make decisions based upon false information or seriously missing information, right? And so just to give an illustration, of course, it doesn't mean that you can't discover something because of partly your ignorance. But when Christopher Columbus embarked on his voyage of discovery, he was actually using the most available data from the maps that he got from the Arabs, and which adapted the maps from the Chinese. And therefore, the idea that Europe, Mediterranean was very well mapped, Africa was reasonably well mapped, Asia wasn't bad, but he had nothing on America. So when he headed sort of west, he eventually hit America. And gradually, over time, they begin to have a much more composite picture. And the whole idea of a One Earth balance sheet is to build up a composite picture of the Earth from, if I may say so, 360 degrees, and slowly do it like a huge jigsaw puzzle. And finally, you get a much better picture of what's happening. Now, let me give you a simple illustration. You see, if I report on what's from a national perspective, I can't check that number unless I get the balance sheet from somewhere else, right? If I get, if I trade with another country, the other country reports, exports from me, and so they report as imports. Now, the very fact one can check with the other side actually makes it more accurate, right? So the whole idea of the balance sheet is actually to make that, in very practical terms. Now, as you know, what happens on a practical basis is that the United Nations, in trying to solve the world's problems, has what is called the Sustainable Development Goals. And there are 17 of them, like, getting rid of poverty, narrowing inequality, creating sustainability, et cetera, et cetera. But how do you translate macro goals into micro goals? And once you translate it, every company is now forced to do ESG, environmental, social governance. So increasingly, we are now generating more and more detailed information on what happens at the corporate level. Okay, and in order to do it at the corporate level, we're also generating information at the micro level. That means on individuals, on the consumers, on the partners, on the customers. So increasingly, the world's information is escalating, but we really need to reduce all this to in a level that we can understand. And the way we understand is One Earth, because we are all in one Earth. And so, in a sense, if we have got 7.8 billion monitors around the world with everybody, we will eventually get the how many terabytes information to compile a composite picture. Now, we obviously cannot do all of this, but the more data that we collect, the more philosophy, the more information we get, we begin to understand what's happening of human activity on Mother Earth. Now, this wasn't possible quite a few years ago. For example, in the financial crisis, suddenly Richard Koo from Nomura actually said, look guys, you only look at GDP flows. You completely missed out the balance sheet. Now, what is excess debt? That's a balance sheet effect, right? And when the balance sheet of companies got hurt in the years before the crisis or hurt by the crisis, they will take years to repair their balance sheets. And the fact that large companies and large nations repair their balance sheets caused not just the effects in Japan, but it also had worldwide implications. And so to a large extent, the national accountants, after 2008 financial crisis, started building national balance sheets. So today we have much better on global debt. We have much better data on the stocks and flows and the assets and liabilities, of the foreign assets and foreign liabilities. We begin to have this. What we don't have at this stage, although the scientists build this, we don't have enough information on natural capital. Now, the reason why we don't have very good information on pollution, natural capital, gross CO2 flows, but not just necessarily at the national level. I'll give you a simple illustration. We complain that country A is producing a lot of carbon. But if country A actually is producing carbon because of production and export to country B, and country B is the ultimate consumer, should the carbon emission be allocated to the producer or to the consumer? Mm-hmm. That's a value judgment. And so, when everybody points to each other, and then you say, well, you're polluting. Well, I'm polluting because I'm selling the product to you. And so in your consumption of that product, you're polluting, right? So having a one planet, one Earth balance sheet will bring all these issues to the surface. And then we can have a far better discussion on what's going on in the world.
Indeed. I think the idea of a one Earth balance sheet really breaks the silos or the boundaries that we're familiar with. Individual entity or specific nation state, then you only look at the externalities vis-a-vis this particular unit, which is well defined. But if we enlarge it to the entire planet, the entire Earth, and then we will have a clearer picture about who really actually benefits from certain economic activities and who should be shouldering, right, the cost, the social cost, the economic cost, or environmental cost of specific, economic activities. So this actually is going to be has a tremendous explanatory power about what is going on in this world and who should be responsible and why we should be working with each other, right? So in many ways, it's a challenge to many notions of macroeconomics and then development models that we're familiar with. I think in your paper you talked a lot about the limits of GDP, which you just talked about, and then the number of other the current economic indicators simply fail to take into account of the natural capital or even social or human capital in many ways. So that's why it's not a very good indicator about human progress and then planetary flourishing. So you mentioned in your, just now you talked about there were a number of initiatives on natural capital that's coming out of United Nations and the World Bank. And then could you expand that part a little bit so that our audience have a better understanding about where things are when it comes to the accounting of a natural capital, where things stand, and then your idea of one Earth balance sheet, in what way it relates, supplements, or changes the various initiatives which have been proposed by United Nations and the World Bank and then some other pioneering nations?
Well, this is only the early stages of this. Planetary thinking is still relatively new because everybody looks at it from an individual perspective, a community perspective, and a national perspective. But increasingly, as globalization occurs, more and more people are beginning to understand the implications of globalization, both the positives and the negatives, right? So just give you a simple illustration. The old idea of GNP or GDP, gross national product, gross domestic product, why can't it be a gross planetary product, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. The whole idea of GDP was, if we were to look at the world today from people, planets, and profits, GDP number look more at profits situation. It actually ignored the people inequalities and it ignored the planetary injustices, right? So if you don't take account of natural capital, you actually are essentially blind to the fact that you are polluting or that you are actually consuming natural resources that will not be replaced. So I'll give you an illustration. Everybody says, oh, it's wonderful to have solar energy. Well, it costs 5 tons of copper to produce one solar windmill, right? And all the cables related to it. And if we actually power everything by solar, there is a planetary cost. People forget about these things like that. So we really need a full balance sheet to weigh up what is right, what is wrong. Those, a lot of decisions, are in danger of being too simplistic, right? As Einstein said, it is very good to make things simple, but it cannot get too simple, right? So, we're having a planetary economics, a planetary aspect of looking at whole things would make the nuances of policymaking far more, much more tuned in with the needs of the planet or the needs of humanity. So, for example, if you really look only at GDP, until Piketty came along, I'm not saying that other people before him were not concerned about inequality, but Piketty basically pointed out, well, if the growth rate is faster than the rate of return, are you surprised that inequality increases? Because somebody's getting rich faster than the mass of the people, and if the mass of the people are getting poorer, and a very minority gets richer, then you seriously get into big political and populist type of policies. So on that's just on the people side of the equation. But what about the planet? If we say that, well, I want to create jobs, and therefore I'm going to cut down all the forests, I'm going to pollute all the marine reefs. What happened to the carbon capture activities of the forest? Right, Amazon is now in danger of, instead of being a carbon capture, it's going to be a net carbon emitter. And this is going to have huge implications on the world. So people used to say, well, if you replant the permanent peat marshes into palm oil, let's say, you release the carbon, and the methane in the peat marshes, or in the permafrost that's now beginning to melt, you will release all the methane and the carbon trapped there. So the whole idea of measuring that natural capital at the national level, particularly, would force the national policymakers to realize, my goodness, I am pursuing GDP numbers growth that in fact is harming my country as a whole, and also harming a national, international community. Similarly, at the global level, when the balance sheet is clearer and all the injustices to human beings and injustices to the planet are clearer, then people will become to negotiate more and cooperate more. Of course, we cannot be too naive. Life will always be about, competition, rivalry, as well as cooperation. But having much better scientific numbers would actually force many more countries to pay much more attention, not to destroy their planetary environment as well as human condition in order just for short-term profits.
Yep. So we talked about, by the way, you mentioned we a number of times. My interpretation of that we is not particular nation, not particular organization, not particular government, is we earth dwellings or earthlings or however you name it. So it's really kind of at the planetary scale. I think that's something that people need to get used to, in those scale and in those terms, to think about some global challenges and issues. So when we talk about the planetary thinking and then the planetary and the One Earth balance sheet, those are all wonderful, great ideas, as you just described, and they can address a lot of the deficiencies and issues. But we don't have planetary institutions to help design or lead such efforts. We talked about United Nations effort of the system of environmental economic accounting. And then we also talk about some national level governments and their effort to do a natural capital accounting. So how do we make this work? In what way we could finally bring the forces together into a more of a planetary scale kind of accounting for the natural capital and social and then other capital. I mean, what are the, I mean, can you give us a assessment about how UN effort has been successful or not, and whether or not the certain national efforts, are they bearing some fruits or not, and in what way we could actually bring all those things together, bring it to the planetary level?
Well, I think, human change comes from movements, right? The United Nations has already beginning to change things through the introduction of natural capital accounting. And this came from a report by Professor Dasgupta, who actually wrote about this. And the economics of biodiversity, came to the attention that, maybe the loss of biodiversity is huge. Now, the problem of working in silos is this. COP26 is about carbon emission. They all talk about carbon emission, but there's also another conference of participants on biodiversity. And so, so if conference A talks about something and conference B talks about something else, the governments, may get confused. The priorities may get, different. So it's much more important for us to take the thing as a whole. Mm-hmm. Now, but taking as a whole becomes very, very complicated, which is why we now need not just the efforts of the United Nations. We need the efforts of the UNESCO, or we need the contributions of the World Bank, the IMF, because the IMF produces all the financial information. We need the information from let's say the Bank for International Settlements, right? We need the at least G7, if not G20, because they are the biggest players. But we even need the information from the small countries. So, for example, the countries like Maldives and the Pacific Islands are the biggest victims of carbon emission, of the rising sea, bigger natural storms, for which they themselves are individually the least contributors of the carbon emission, right? So we do need everybody to contribute. And how do we do this? Now, I may be wrong, but the idea of a One Earth balance sheet is to force people to think like that. And not just force, but help people to think very clearly over this issue. Okay, so we get the Greta Thunbergs of this world, saying that, well, the young feel that it's not just blah 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 blah. We must take action. But what action do we take? So we should be constructive. We should not be just destructive. We, criticize for the criticism's sake. So I propose the idea of a One Earth balance sheet, and idea for people to work on it at a university level. I've already started working, for example, with the China Academy of Social Sciences on, when I admired what they did on their national balance sheet for China, but increasingly as they go into national capital, they are beginning to produce or begin to get the study groups on that area. I have worked with the Bank Indonesia Institute. Bank Indonesia produced the national balance sheet of Indonesia, and now having realized that what is happening with the United Nations on socio-economic accounting, they have also begun to start working on the research on the natural capital of Indonesia, one of the countries with the largest marine reefs ever, and one of the countries with the largest tropical forests. Okay, so the very fact some of the larger players are beginning to think like this, and research workers are thinking like this, universities are talking about the issue, gradually the change will happen. Now, the biggest issue is this: if you think about it, what happens with COP26 in Glasgow at this point of time? The scientists are basically saying we have at most 1 decade or 2 decades to fix our problems. The key question is, if everybody is not aware of the issues, how are we going to fix this? So the faster everybody starts working on very common objectives, like a One Earth balance sheet, and this is not saying something new. All we're saying is, at the end of the day, whatever you're producing in ESG accounting, you're producing for national balance sheet, eventually converges like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle into a One Earth balance sheet. Now, you may still disagree on the interpretation of that One Earth balance sheet, but at least we begin to have a better map, the map that is, closer to reality than, everybody talking in their own closed social bubbles. So to a large extent, I'm hoping, and I'm trying to start a movement. I hope the Asia Global Institute will get involved, Hong Kong University will get involved, and all the, universities like I'm associated with, like Bristol University, they would also begin to study all these issues in depth.
And I hope that the Graham Institute will part of this great effort as well.
I sincerely hope so.
Yeah, clearly.
We're having this conversation right now, and we hope that Berggruen, would be able to contribute to this, and we could get more and more different research workers and your research network, your philosophy network, your thinker network, who says, this is something that we could work on. We're not against anybody. We're just saying, let's compile the data in a more, sort of consistent, holistic manner than just working in silos.
Right. I wish, I hope I wish good luck to this great movement, and I certainly want to be part of that. So you talked about the compilation of data and collecting the data. So, but to do a planetary scale, the One Earth balance sheet, what are the technical difficulties? What are the difficulties in data collection? Can you just name a few?
Oh, sure. This is a huge exercise. Now, what is happening, let's say, I'm a former central banker, a financial regulator, and Mark Carney, who used to be governor of Bank of England, led the efforts on pushing towards green finance, right? He's getting the financial community, the task force for climate disclosure, to get corporations to disclose their information on what they are doing with climate change, right? And of course, with ESG, the corporate reporting on what they're doing with equality, workplace, gender equality, racial equality, etc., is improving. The data is improving by the day. Now, one of the big discussions that's going on is green finance, greenwashing, right? That means you're saying you're doing good things, but you're actually doing the opposite. So what is happening right now is the shortage of standards. We don't have enough very good standards. And having a One Earth balance sheet forces you to start thinking about what sort of standards are necessary. Now, a lot of this data is available, because if you get or not yet available in different forms, but not quite standardized. So, for example, if we could invent like the equivalent of a Fitbit, right, that actually measures not just activity, but also the carbon emission that you are doing, right? And we could, for a designer, design a house that that measures carbon emission, energy efficiency, pollution, right? All this is possible. Let me give a simple illustration. The idea of if you were to put an electricity meter just outside your front door as you leave it every day has been known to change consumption of electricity, reduce it by 20%, because people then switch off all the bulbs, all the light bulbs, etc., and just save electricity. So, and people are beginning to be conscious like that. But what it goes to show is that 80% of the energy consumption and the carbon emission and the resource is at the design stage. This is why the corporate sector has suddenly switched from let's not worry about climate, let's not worry about inequality, to become, my goodness, actually, people and planet are profit opportunities. Let's move from a climate denial, inequality denial, to an opportunity situation. And that's why we're now, every time you're now beginning to talk to people like particularly in the West, advanced markets, the CEO, the leadership mindset has become to switch. And that's very healthy. That's very encouraging. The only thing that I worry about as a planetary person is, have we moved fast enough? Because if we move too slowly, we will still head down what I call to be either a nuclear disaster or a climate a warming disaster, right? But the fact that we are all beginning to move in the same direction is very helpful indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, so if it's hard to envision or conceive the planetary scale, balance sheets at this point immediately, even though I think this idea is long overdue, but our thinking, the mindset in general is still lagging far behind. I'm just wondering, does it make sense to have some sort of a regional balance sheets or major trading nations balance sheets conceived or produced first before we actually produce the planetary one?
We can do both. There's nothing to stop both. I mean, to a large extent, as you know, the part is part of a whole, but the whole has attributes that are not necessarily in the parts. People tend to forget this, right? The ecology is really about the earth. The earth is greater than the sum of its parts. That's the old linear mechanical view. Life is actually the emergence out of its parts into something completely new. And that's what's happening. We're moving into a new planetary perspective. We have not become just a multi-discipline, adding up of the different parts. We're beginning to move into interdiscipline. That means the interactions between the parts. But we're moving into a transdisciplinary. We are transcending the system into a new level of thinking. It's like meditation, as you know, previously, the old philosophies did not take into consideration meditation, that there is another awareness way above the common senses, the five senses that we have. We mentally perceive rather than just touch, feel, hear, or taste. Okay, so this is what's happening with human perception of reality. Is rising to a new level. And when it rises to a new level, it doesn't mean that I have to consume more. A philosopher, actually a guru, actually eats much less. He feels he doesn't need to have the latest car, the latest biggest house. What he has, it can be shared with other people. So, it's a very philosophical way of looking at the world. Right? Some people are vegans, they don't eat meat because they say that I don't want to take life, right? So we do what we have, and each of us will contribute to the earth in our own little way. And in that way, we will change the whole. And if we live with the whole, we live with each other, and that's what, we hope, will happen. Of course, life is much more complicated than that, but having a simple goal would hopefully unite more people and to get more cooperation than before.
Yeah, so the idea of a one Earth balance sheet, it's not just about accounting. It really triggers a whole different worldview, and it really, make people rethink about some of the values that we hold as truth, as self-evident truths. For example, the mentality. I mean, zero-sum competition mentality. Clearly, that's something that needs to be revisited and needs to go, especially when we are in the midst of all those kind of a geopolitical strife, right? So that kind of zero-sum competition has to go. And then another thing is the maximization mentality, because you and I were all part of the financial services industry before, so we talk about the maximization of the profits, and the businesses are maximizing their returns and the profit. All this maximization mentality needs to be revisited, and so in a way, it's a whole change of worldviews and philosophy and ways of life. It's not just about the changing accounting methodologies. So it's a major mind shift. My next question, the last one, I know there are a number of people asking questions in the chat box already, is, in fact, the visionaries have questioned about the utilities of GDP for the human flourishing way back. You talked about the 1972 Club of Rome report on limits of growth. You also talked about the Stiglitz-Sam-Fatoussi Commission report in 2009. All those reports, in fact, people talked about the limits of growth, the limits of GDP. We need to think beyond GDP. And then how much impact this has had on the world, it seems to be rather limited. So how would you comment, like right now, are there any other impetus and any other sort of forces that are actually making you more optimistic about the One Earth balance sheet in a proposal right now?
Well, I think, the phenomenon like Greta Thunberg, a teenager, willing to go out and protest on this issue is actually very encouraging. It goes to show that the young care about what they are going to inherit, right? Now, there are very good things about protest, but also we hope that some of that protest will be constructive. That means it's not just saying, well, I don't like this, but okay, what do you suggest? And therefore, the idea of a One Earth balance sheet is actually to be constructive, to try and say, well, why don't you focus on this area? We're not against anybody. We're just making sure that we compile that data into a more constructive form so that each one of us would be able to have a planetary perspective of this and see how each of us as individuals can contribute to changing the world as we see it. All right. So it is a philosophical issue. It is philosophical, but at the same time, it's extremely pragmatic. Now, you must remember this, the basic accounting, if you go back to, let's say, the Mesopotamia, the first written records they discovered were basically accounts. How many sheep do you have? How many pieces of gold do you have? How much, what people owe us in the trade business. So accounting is one of the most earliest of human activities, right? And so today, if we have a planetary aspect of way of looking at this, the accounting has now moved as human civilization has advanced into a very different phase. So, that's all I can say. I'm not creating anything new. It's just a way of a slightly, old way of relooking at a new perspective with much more holistic aspect. It's not just, as I said, it's more about people and planets rather than just profits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Before I move to the audience questions, is there anything, Andrew, that you think we haven't covered that you would really like to share with the audience before we get the questions from them?
Well, I think, it's very important that we now think holistically on a planetary basis rather than just it's me, right? It's not about individuals. It's the idea that you have, freedom for all. It is the freedom comes with responsibilities. And we have our responsibilities to other human beings, and we have responsibilities to Mother Earth. And so to a large extent, that's a very important philosophical perspective. The young are now very concerned that the world that they will inherit is much in worse condition than if we, the older generation, have been able to bequeath to them not liabilities, but assets, right? So to a large extent, it's very encouraging to me that the young are now have bought into climate change, and they are beginning to be aware of this. So it is to our benefit to give them the tools to manage the new world, and that's the world that they would have to inherit.
Great, thank you. So I hope the education system needs to really reflect that, aspiration and goals. So we have a number of questions in the chat box. Yvonne, I guess what I do is just go through them, or actually should I call them on, and are they in the room, or they can raise
they're not
questions
in the room,
live?
maybe you can just relay that question.
Okay. So we have two questions from Song Bing Niu, and then one question from Barbara. So let me start with the Song Bing Niu's question. Is global food consumption has trended towards meat, dairy, and eggs from grains and peas and beans, etc. However, it takes 2 to 4 kg of grains and peas and beans to make 1 kg of meat, eggs, or dairy. Can we reverse this trend?
Well, I think we should. I'm personally eating far less meat than ever before. In fact, my wife and I actually are planning the next stage, which is to grow our own vegetables in our back garden. And and I think during the pandemic, I have seen more wildlife in my garden than ever before. Now, maybe because I never looked at them that way, but to a large extent, each one of us can do quite a lot to eat less meat, because meat actually produces far more carbon, right? It doesn't mean that the meat, prices will necessarily go down. It's just that we take care of the animals. I mean, the bulk of the animal beings actually is now completely human controlled. I mean, managed like a sheep for mutton, cows for meat and milk. All these have become very heavy on the climate, right? So changing human lifestyles actually can change the actual composition of the body mass in the world, and encouraging more forest, for example. It would regenerate more forest. We need at least, the latest estimates about at least 1 trillion more, hectares of new forests. And that would depend very much upon countries and governments and communities devoting more time to regenerate our forests that we have cut down. Okay, so to an extent, I totally agree with Dr. Neo, on this issue. Let's make more people. The idea that people are more vegans, vegetarians is a great thing. I mean, this has always been in Asian culture. If you look at a lot of Indians, they are vegetarians, and this is now catching on worldwide, which is, in my view, a very good thing.
I guess not everybody has a backyard or garden to plant their own vegetables. So apart from being a vegetarian or vegan or eat less meat, I wonder, like, the artificial meat industry, would that be something that's also a direction to go? High protein artificial meat industry.
Oh, that's true. But it's also, as some cities are urban people are beginning to discover, just their little porch outside, they can actually plant their favorite chili, cilantro, spices, okay? And they can use their composts, to actually plant all the organic, so that the vegetables that you plant will be much free of pesticides and elsewhere. I visited a factory in Penang, Malaysia, where I am, where the whole factory is using the empty land to plant organic vegetables, which they use for their staff canteen. Their own staff are now totally vegetarian. I think that's a wonderful idea, right? I think that the very fact that the CEO has this vision, and the whole idea is that they are evolving new types of indoor planting of vegetables, free of pesticides, using the latest digital technology to monitor the growth of that plant in a much healthy way, using natural sunlight and just adding water, and fertilizer when needed. It's actually changing the whole food production game. So it gives me great encouragement that innovation is happening in ways that people never dreamt about. Oh, we used to think, well, that's vegetable production is somebody else's job, and then suddenly we discover that the people who are actually in the electronics game actually suddenly say, well, the spare land that I won't be able to use immediately, I can use for vegetable planting, right? Which is
So next question is from Barbara Maynard. Assuming we succeed to shift to planetary counting supported by the right institutions, what outcome can we expect? Will this stop the threat that we are now facing from the climate crisis?
Well, I feel that I think it was Bill McKibben who actually gave me that image, which I thought was very good. We are all like on a boat that is on the Iguazu or the Niagara Falls. And, we seem to be accelerating towards the abyss. And the captain and the chief engineer and the people on board are fighting each other, saying, well, and the danger is that they're accelerating to that area. So what we should be doing, actually, if we have a proper conversation, instead of shuffling decks on the Titanic, we begin to steer the boat. As you know, even in the river that goes to a huge waterfall, there are quiet spots in that. And if you actually steer the ship or the boat to the calmer waters, eventually you will reach shore. And that's what we're doing. I'm not saying that we cannot stop, the mammoth, what we have built today overnight. That is not possible. But if we were to just change the course slightly, we will gradually move on to calmer waters rather than this idea that we'll all fall off the cliff. We actually go into a better waters, and then slowly we will reach a better environment. So the pessimists will say, well, Armageddon is coming, the world will burn up, and why are alphas fighting each other in a burning planet? I mean, that's the standard phrase that's going on. But if we are able to get the conversation about what we can all work together, not on a zero-sum basis, but working together to tackle the planetary challenges of people and planet, rather than just pure profits, then we will all benefit in moving to more stable conditions, that is sustainable for the planet as a whole and humanity as a whole. That is the ambition. Whether we will achieve it depends on whether you're an optimist or a pessimist. Like everything else, you can either see it as a glass full or a glass empty. I am hoping, I worry that it will become a glass empty, but I'm hoping that the young generation and the ideas that we push forward today and what's happening in Glasgow are the signs that we're moving, towards a better direction. Put it this way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will actually lump the following two questions together. They're all somewhat more technical. Anyway, so one is from Alex. ESG accounting, it's still regulated on a national level. Who will be regulating the One Earth balance sheet accounting process? And then the second question is from Al Rains. Within this single planetary balance sheet, would you envision separate economy accounts, i.e. separate accounts for all the subsidiaries? Would this be important in that it could be a tool for stimulating competitiveness among economies, a race for the top?
Well, ESG accounting doesn't mean it's a one-size-fits-all ESG, right? I mean, there will be, at the moment, we have about 196 members of the United Nations. We will probably have 196 versions of what each country is doing to promote ESG standards, right? Now, gradually, there are private, sort of standards boards, promoting different standards, and not everybody will agree. But that's the world. The world is actually comprises huge diversity. We're no longer talking about a universe. We are talking about a pluriverse. That means, many people looking at a planet as a whole rather than a unique one-size-fits-all perception of the world, right? So ESG would be the same. We would have very different ways of looking at it, and some people will adopt higher standards or lower standards or different way how you look at it. The rules that you apply in a Pacific island would be very different from a country that is 100%, inland with no that is no seas. The standards that you apply to a country that is full of natural forests, but is deforesting, is very different from one that is in the desert, right? So we cannot. There is no one size fit all solutions. So we need to think, about it in that perspective. So and the same applies to the second answer. We are not striving, for our raised question, we're not striving to have a one size fit all standard for everybody. We are striving to have a conversation between at least 200 nations and maybe a 1,000 different communities. At the moment, what I find very strange is that everything we do from a developed country perspective is harming all the indigenous people who are living in the forest, who depend on their livelihood, on their natural environment. We're destroying their natural environment. And yet they have historically have the best living memory of how to live with that environment. The Eskimo understands the snow conditions, the cold conditions. The Amerindian in the Amazon or in the forests in Borneo have a far better understanding of how to live with Mother Nature. Which plant would have medicinal purposes. How do you manage the livelihood? They're not going to destroy the forest, because if they destroy the forest, they destroy their livelihood. So we need that conversation, and we don't have it. What we have is a monologue of people who are not listening, right? The whole idea of the One Earth balance sheet is to have a conversation between many different people of different color, different races, different religions, different cultures, to arrive towards a commonalities, put it this way. You will never have total commonality, right? You will never have only what you agree, what is the right way to do this. But innovation, emergence, the move to the new comes from the many, right? It's not, innovation actually is destroyed if there's a monoculture, right? You allow very different people to adopt very, very different ways of doing things, and so you have a breakthrough. And that's what we now need from the rest of the world. If the rest of the world, if the people who are in power are willing to listen more to the young, to the people who are doing what you consider to be very strange ways of doing things, suddenly you will actually arrive at conditions that are very, very new and startling. We may be, we are already on the verge of discovering through artificial intelligence, quantum computing, new ways of calculation, new ways of looking at things that we didn't think about before. We thought, these are, they're totally outside our perspective. We can't adopt this. And suddenly you discover that you can actually arrive at computing using much less energy and do it faster, and even in a sense more accurate than the old classical way of computing, right? So we need to be open-minded. That's what I'm really trying to say. Once we are open-minded and we listen more, we care more, we share more, right? We are all in the same boat. Let's all work together to try and get everybody to work together. Slowly, that concept will be able to move our, spaceship Earth, or whatever you call it, the planet, hopefully in a situation that, the people and planet will live better with each other than at the moment just exploiting the other one.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much for this inspiring and really thought-provoking idea and the speech. So on that note, I think I'll pass the floor back to Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Shing and Ms. Song. Please stay tuned for our next session, Rethinking Growth and Sustainability. Can Asia Lead? Welcome back. Up next, we have Jiwoo Chen, Director of the Asia Global Institute, Ma Jun, Founding Director of the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, former Norwegian Minister of Environment Erik Solheim, who is now President of the Green Belt and Road Institute and Vice Chair of the CCI-CED, and Anderson Tanoto, Managing Director of the RGE Group. Our speakers will delve deeper into questions about human health, environmental resilience, and social responsibility, and attempt to answer the question, can Asia lead in rethinking post-pandemic growth and sustainability? This session will be moderated by Pamela Ma, Executive Vice President, Knowledge and Applications of the Fung Group. Ms. Ma, please.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. So since Stevie has introduced the speakers and the topic, we're just going to dive right in. So COP, the Conference of Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Changes has been going on for 10 days and it's about to wrap up. Anderson has been there. And so the first thing we're going to do is to get some immediate reactions on COP, what has happened there, because COP really sets the scene for Asia's challenge on climate change, which is also a proxy for environmentalism and so on. So first question towards Anderson, give us your feedback. What did you learn? What are you happy about? What are you sad about? And what does it mean for your company?
Pamela, again, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with all distinguished guests here today. Just came back from Glasgow actually a few days ago. I'm back in Indonesia, but 3 takeaways. First, I think the urgency of the issue is getting higher and higher. Really, compared to COP21 in Paris, which was about 6 years ago, which was a blink of an eye, COP21 felt like it was a discussion amongst the elite with the elite. COP26 this time around really is a conference of parties, not only for nations, but also a lot of its citizens. I think the impetus to change and the discussion on climate change has really turned mainstream, and that's one of the biggest takeaways. The second takeaway actually is quite interesting. There was a quote given by one of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from one of the countries. Everyone knows we're entering one of the worst storms in the ocean, but everyone is on a different boat, and every nation is on a different boat. And that is very interesting because each of its boat has its own priorities, has its own captain, and has different passengers. So how do you navigate this storm that we all know is going to be revolutionary and it's very changing in terms of environment, but everyone's on a different boat. So that's the biggest challenge for COP26, as we can already see with some of the conversations that's starting. Last but not least, actually is from the private sector side. The private sector involvement and the philanthropic foundations, both from Asia and Western developed countries, are getting much more active. So I think there is a desire for private sector and some of the philanthropy and foundations to actually take a leadership in some of the portions of the discussion on climate change. That is from businesses becoming much more nature positive, businesses aligning themselves with reduction of emissions, having a plan towards net zero. And that's, I think, very important. I think everyone realizes that zero emissions is still an aim and very aspirational aim. But net zero is no longer an aspirational aim. There are ways that we can, of course, reduce emissions first, but once the emissions are reduced to a certain economic optimization, then hopefully we have the responsibility and the obligation also to offset in certain ways possible. So that's the 3 takeaways from Glasgow, and I'm happy to hear also all the other distinguished panels, their perspective and opinion.
Thank you, Anderson. It sets a great scene for the conversation. I'd like to ask Ma Jun, you have been tracking the private sector's approach on the environment for a number of years. What are the changes that you are seeing in terms of how the private sector takes on sustainability, and how do you think COP26 is going to change that? Unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes. I think COP26 unfortunately came at a very difficult moment when the global pandemic is still going on, and with these new challenges on a looming global energy crisis, with China suffering from the worst power shortage in 10 years of time. And we have seen, not just in China, but in America, in Europe, UK, some of the fossil fuel capacity being released, and all this is going to have a profound negative impact on the global climate agenda. On the other hand, I think we can see that governments are making efforts in different regions. China has published its 1+N national guidelines on carbon peak and neutrality with key principles. I think principle number one is to manage the whole process, like playing a grand chess game, making sure that the actions will be coordinated between regions and sectors, so that we can avoid another, one step forward and half step back, by releasing the coal capacity. And principle number two is to establish new mechanism before we scrap the old ones. The energy supply is a clear example. We need to work on the demand side to check the energy and intensive and pollution intensive industries from further expanding. And on the supply side, the intermittent nature of renewables, that's the common challenge the whole world is facing. And at this moment, my takeaway is that, with all this headwind, plus the geopolitical tension, the state actors may not be able to come up with an ambition, big enough to ensure 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we need more state actors. We need their actions. The market, the companies have to do more. So we're tracking their performance. We created index, climate action, corporate climate action index, and used that to assess more than 660 global and local brands in their climate action. And what we found is that beside, except a few real front runners, most of them have yet to be able to really consolidate their commitment, especially on the supply chain side. But all these brands, if they don't tackle the supply chain carbon footprint, especially in China as the factory of the world, then they could fail their commitment. So on that, a lot more needs to be done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ma. I think you raise a really good point, which is that everyone's eyes are on China's ability to meet its commitments, and given the globalized nature of its economy, how many global actors are present in the economy, what they do is really essential. I would like to turn to Dr. Chen Zhiwu to talk about how, everyone wants China to do more and to do things in a really proactive way, which it is. I mean, it is actually one of the few countries which is going to overperform its NDC, according to current actions. And this is from a report by FTSE Russell. How does the world come together and make climate change action a bridge builder between China and the rest of the world, especially in such time of geopolitical tension? There is possibly no other issue where our interests are so closely aligned, China's and the rest of the world. So, Dr. Chen, what would you like to see where we use climate in order to bring China and the rest of the world closer together? How do we collaborate?
Yeah, thank you, Pam. I think so I think for China, probably in order to avoid overshooting tendencies, as we have seen, not just in the pandemic, but also in the net zero target goal achievement and so on, maybe China should let the market play a bigger role. I know this sounds very counterintuitive to many people, But if we look at, as Dr. Ma just mentioned, if we look at the power shortage crisis that is going on in China, many people don't understand why across the country, factories have to, only operate only for 5 or even 4 days out of each week, 7 days. Why can't they have more electricity? Well, thanks to the NDC and other government administrative efforts, they really wanted to take the climate goals very seriously, which is good. But then they took it seriously in the usual way, that is, by purposely or in a single goal way, just looking at emission reduction goals and ignore the consequences of very drastic, immediate, and even brutal administrative efforts can actually lead to, in terms of what those actions may imply for various many other things of the society and economy. Because for the last couple of years, especially last year, the NDRC and other agencies ordered many factories, especially coal mines, to be shut down, so that coal production was very dramatically cut. So as a result of that, of course, not surprisingly, coal price has been going higher and higher, because at the same time, China was also cutting or stopping the importing of coal from Australia and so on. So the intention was really great. But as coal prices were going higher and higher, at the same time, the NDRC would not let electricity price go higher, because they thought, oh, well, in order to make people still able to afford electricity usage in their homes and in their factories, electricity prices have to stay at a very low level, very affordable level. So then that created this dilemma for the power generation factories, because for each extra watt of electricity they produce, they lose proportionally more money, because coal prices are much higher now, and then electricity price still stays more or less as where it has been for many years. So the power factories then decided to just do as little production as possible as a way to avoid losing more money. So I'm just using this as an example to illustrate that when the officials with good intentions try to use their power to very abruptly and brutally shut down the production of coal mines and many other resource producing companies, with the intention, of course, of achieving net zero as quickly as possible, so that China can be a role model for other countries, without realizing that this kind of extreme quick action can actually cause so many other disruptions. So as a result, everyone is scrambling. Not only economic growth is very much in jeopardy, but also employment, and then you name it, even real estate prices are coming down. But of course, right at this moment, in order to make the power crisis or electricity prices go down or disappear quickly, now they are finally raising electricity prices. The reason that at the beginning I mentioned, they should let the market play more roles. For example, if you really want to achieve net zero, then let the electricity prices go higher and higher, because that's one way to cut the demand from households, from factories, and even from cryptocurrency mining companies. Because if electricity prices are way higher, then those crypto mining companies will have to move, shift all their computers somewhere else outside China, maybe where electricity price or prices are much lower. So I think that kind of market mechanisms should be relied on in addition to very brutal, dramatic, abrupt administrative actions. Otherwise, if they just would look at one purpose, one goal, that is net zero, then they could actually create more crises, one after another in the larger society, economically, socially, and otherwise. So I guess they just have to balance the different forces and mechanisms in a proper way.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dr. Chen. That's an excellent point, and we will return to market mechanisms in a few minutes. I'd just like to turn to Eric. Minister, you have followed the international kind of climate movement for many years. What are you seeing now? How can countries basically build bridges with each other? Not only with China, although China is obviously a clear global priority, but what are some of the best ways that we can drive collaboration as we kind of collectively look at COP26 and find the next steps forward?
Good afternoon to everyone in Asia. Let me start by building upon what Anderson Tonoto said about Glasgow. There are some important commitments from Glasgow. One is Prime Minister Modi coming from India, making new Indian commitments. One of them is that India will source half of its energy from renewable. It will basically be solar by 2030. That's a remarkable, ambitious goal for a rapidly developing country like India. And there are commitments on deforestation and on methane. But largely, I believe that climate negotiations and diplomacy is not as important as it was. 10 years back in Copenhagen, it was all about the climate diplomacy because that was the only show in town. Everything in the world was rotating around the climate talks. That's not the case any longer. The initiative is now with business, it's with the political economy. So what's happening in the political economy, which is driving the change. Not the climate talks. So while there may be some people who are disappointed after Glasgow, I don't think there's any reason to despair because we see so much movement in the political economy. That is like Europe, where the European taxonomy will drive change into the green in a very fast pace. It will be much cheaper for companies to finance the green development and much more expensive to finance any coal or oil and gas or any negatives. In the United States, President Biden has put forward proposals in the range of maybe $1,500 billion, which are green. These are part of his infrastructure and social spending. And we expect them to go through in the next couple of weeks and compare the numbers in Glasgow. The quote is about $20 billion. Biden's proposals is in the range on the green is in the range of $1,500 billion, 1,500 to 20. And it's much more important for even the poorest nations in the world, like Madagascar and Malawi. It's much more important that Biden gets through his investment proposals, because if that happens, the price of solar and wind and electric mobility will rapidly fall, and these technologies will be much more easily available for developing nations. And then moving on to China, which is basically now the front runner on everything green. President Xi has, after COVID, I haven't even counted all the national parks, sorry, he has visited to set out the need for the Chinese people to construct a beautiful China. And of course, President Xi's promise that China will stop all overseas coal investments and all overseas coal construction is much, much more important for the world than any outcome of Glasgow. It's really the most important environment decision in the world in 2021. Added, President Xi, of course, has promised that China will plant an area the size of Belgium with trees every year from now to 2030. An astonishing commitment which put China front and center in the necessary greening of the planet. And China, of course, is the biggest now on solar, on wind, on green hydrogen, electric mobility, electric trains, electric cars, electric buses. Indeed, 99% of all the electric buses in the world are running on Chinese roads. So, zooming in finally on your question, the West and China and developing nations should try to avoid finger pointing. We should realize with the very old Indian slogan that the whole world is one family. We need to work together. Together we can resolve all the major crises of our time, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's a climate crisis, the need for development, need for trade, peace, whatever is critical to the people of the world, we can resolve together. If we move into something like decoupling, not to speak of a new Cold War, everything will be much, much more difficult to manage. So particularly the relationship between China and the US is front and center of the future of the world. But the rest of us should very, very clearly make the case that we do not want to choose. No other nation in the world want to choose. All of us want to be very friendly, have a great relationship to both China and the United States of America, work closely with them. And if we work together as one family, we will be able to solve all the major problems facing humanity. But there are positive outcomes from Glasgow, but mainly diplomacy is not the main thing now. The main thing now is the political economy.
Yeah, okay. Well, can't disagree with that. Eric, you have just come back from India doing some own bridge building of yourself. Give us some reflection on where India fits into kind of the post-COP environmental and climate challenge.
First of all, there is an enormous pride and relief in India because COVID has come down enormously since the peak in April and May, where people were really, really scared and where many people died in India. Now they have put 1 billion jabs to the Indian people. Before Christmas, basically every Indian adult will be vaccinated against COVID-19. And that's not a small development in such a difficult, diverse nation like India. And India will produce 400 million doses of vaccines for the world when they can start exporting into the new year. So let's celebrate this progress, and it shows the ability of India to act. But on the environment, I see a huge progress. The old debate in India was very simple. Do we want to develop or do we want to take care of Mother Earth? And surprisingly, nearly all Indians wanted to develop. The new debate is, how can we look for the win-wins? All those policies which are good for environment, good for people's health and reducing pollution, and good for jobs and the environment at the same time. And they're all available to move from coal into renewables, to move into electric mobility, to do green tourism, green agriculture, circular economy. All the policies for win-wins are there. And just to give a few snapshots, Prime Minister Modi just recently launched a green hydrogen mission for India with two of the biggest giants of Indian industry, Mr. Ambani and Mr. Adani. Both of them together put $30 billion on the table for this green hydrogen mission for India, which is remarkable. And while India is lagging somewhat behind China, for instance, on electric mobility, they're moving very fast in that direction. I had the privilege to open the electric bus schemes in the big city of Mumbai, and it's one of the biggest mega cities in the world. And Mumbai will very soon be all electric in its when it comes to electric buses. And they aim to build 16 metro lines in Mumbai, which of course will drastically reduce pollution. So while India is not China, a lot is happening on the positive side when it comes to the environment in India. I may end by saying that India has now doubled the tiger population, which is a remarkable positive development. And of course, it helps green tourism in a major way, because watching tigers is one of the main draws when it comes to bringing tourists to India.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back to the subject that was raised by Drew Wu, which is to let the market decide more about where resources are allocated and to support sustainable development. So this is one of the big challenges. I mean, at least from the business perspective, we often have a tension. Do you want to be sustainable, or do you want to have a high profit, high growth? So I'd like to ask the panel, how does Asia start to move its markets and its structure of incentives by business to support, like, don't make us choose between sustainability and making money? So I guess I'm looking for what are the ways, what are the measures that we should be looking for from Asia's societies in terms of reorienting the incentives so that business can act faster. I'd like to start with Anderson. If you could tell us, I mean, you run a business. It's a big conglomerate. You have many different parts of the supply chain. What are you looking to see when you think about your incentives? You know, sustainability versus the market.
I think there are two aspects that, again, is absolutely critical, and we're in the tipping point. First is the voluntary carbon market. I think that's very interesting because we have NDCs with the various nations, but private sector can get involved in the voluntary carbon market, which is absolutely critical. I think that it's important to stress that a voluntary carbon market does not mean that you buy the right to pollute. Yeah, that's not correct, because you still need to reduce your emissions. But it gives actually a mechanisms for nations and environments and places that actually value standing forests or avoided emissions. This is a perfect example, like in Indonesia. Indonesia has about 170 million hectares of forest, out of which about 1/3 is actually developed into agriculture and various applications. But the 2/3 of the standing forest, how can we derive value out of that more than someone going out there and burning the forest and turning it into a plantation? And one way we can do that is through a voluntary carbon mechanism. And I think that's very interesting. The discussion is ongoing, and I think it's gonna take off very, very quickly. That's the first. The second one is on the market incentives. For example, we produce agricultural palm oil to produce edible oil that is 100% RSPO certified. But the premiums for RSPO certification now, 5 years ago, the cost to certify an oil to make sure it was done right, it was about $30 per ton. But the premium was doing at $3, $4. But now in 2021, the premiums for certified RSPO palm oil that is traceable all the way to exactly where it was produced is up to $25 to $30. So the market mechanisms for premiums for edible oils are actually there. Second, there are actually standards now by emissions reduction. So for example, if we capture the methane of the effluent and reduce the emissions, if we use bioenergy instead of coal, there's additional premiums. So in the end, the market for the products sold is ready. But what I'm referring to is only in Europe. How can we have these incentives also for the largest markets in the world, whether it's India, whether it's China, whether it's Southeast Asia? So I think this percolation of premiums for products that are sustainable, and then the voluntary carbon market that allows actually the world to value standing forests or carbon that is locked into various places.
Okay, Mr. Ma, China has probably among the most extensive experience with kind of ETS and a burgeoning carbon market. Would you like to comment on this?
Sure. I think, we talked about transition would not be a cakewalk, and we're talking about more than 1.3 to 400 trillion yuan of investment probably needed over the next 40 years to China to achieve carbon neutrality. I think it's, and of course, as Dr. Chan put it, it's more efficient for the market to function. So the 1+ and national guidelines created in China also cited the importance to use market approach. To me, it's important to have the national emission trading system, but it's got to be more than that, because that will take some real time to mature so far. And if we want the market to function, we need to build the data information infrastructure. On that, China is making major preparations through at IPE, the Blue Map database that we have launched first 15 years ago now can track some 10 million companies. Based on the vast government and corporate monitoring program, it contains now we have gathered more than 2.1 million records of violations and as well as hourly air and water pollution monitoring data and also the hourly emission data from 50,000 major emitters nationwide. So this database is now widely used for supplier oversight with dozens of major active major companies, brands, global and local brands, using not just tap into the raw data, but they use our Blue Eco Chain system, which means an automatic screening tool that can send push notification the instant any new records occurred. So the application has motivated so far 16,000 companies to address their violations or make disclosure. Many factories along the supply chain reported carbon emission into the database by using the digital accounting platform that we developed, co-developed with the agencies affiliated to the ministry, and to quantify and report both their baseline emissions and reduction measures. We're also digitizing the whole target setting and cost-effective analysis process. We're, as a member of the China Green Finance Commission, we're developing a dynamic environmental credit assessment tool, and a group of major banks, including some of the largest state-owned banks, tapped into the data, into the database. During the pandemic last year, China Postal Bank of China has, we have helped them to run through tens of thousands of small and medium-sized companies who want to borrow money from them to identify the risks and help to validate that through big data. And we're very happy to see this from this year. Some of the banks started push those who want to borrow money to also go through this process to use the digital platform to help to drive them to do their own accounting and making disclosure. We're also tracking the performance of all listed companies. The point I want to make is that all this now the data information is so much more available. China is the factory of the world, not just manufacturing for ourselves, but for the entire world. China is also a hotspot for the investors, global investors. Before, many can argue in China, I don't know who are polluting, who are not. But now, there's all this data that can help you, make your more sustainable decision. We have been able to put 7 million of these companies on the digital map, all color-coded according to their environmental performances. And if the Chinese companies started using that, I challenge the global investors and brands who make their commitment in align with the Paris Agreement. I hope that they can also pay attention, and together we can bring the whole global investment and sourcing practice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So information transparency is totally key. And the COP26 announcement of the formation of the ISSB, which unifies a number of reporting frameworks, will do that. I'd like to ask Dr. Chen and Eric, how do we make sure that the data actually drives investment to the right places? I mean, it's a multi-stage process. So how do we connect the data platform to investors and make sure that investors are actually putting their money where their mouth is? Any clues on what we should be doing? Maybe first take Dr. Chen, and then we'll turn to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Let me go back to your earlier question about market versus non-market actions. I know that when people, including climate experts pay attention, watch China just by reading the headlines. It's very easy to be bored by the big brush actions, the drastic actions from the top. But there is a much bigger, more fundamentally flawed government action or set of actions that have been responsible for a lot of the high energy exhaustion or high energy usage in China. So without sounding too abstract, let me give a few examples, then we can see what I really mean. Okay, so for example, earlier I mentioned about the administratively reduced electricity price. But even beyond that, of course, first I should make everyone remember Econ 101. That is, if you want to reduce demand for something, the best thing to do is to let the price go higher, right? We all understand that. Well, if you want to increase demand for something, you cut the price. So it's as simple as that. But when it comes to government actions, they always ignore that. Like, for example, local governments and central government in China for the last number of years lifted all the highway toll fees for national holidays. In particular, they made the National Day holiday 7 days long. So the idea is to encourage people to drive and travel as far as they can. Well, here is the problem. Okay, if you especially make the travel costs on the busy holidays lower rather than higher, then you're going to introduce or encourage a lot of unnecessary driving and carbon emissions. So if you are really serious about cutting emissions, then in particular during those busy national holidays, you should not only collect toll fees, you should make the gasoline prices and toll fees higher rather than lower, right? So that's a way to balance demand and supply for carbon emission. So this is why, we can shut down many coal mines. Wow, that's great. But if we don't do those little things, but more effective things when it comes down to the day-to-day dollars and cents calculations for consumers, households, then you have to work so much harder using administrative actions that will cause so many other distortions. So that's one example, right? And then a second example is this observation I've been making for many years. Whenever I travel to Beijing and other northern cities in China during the winter time, for many years, I was always amazed. Everyone in his or her office in Beijing during the winter time would have the windows open because the heat supply was so much, you just almost feel like you are going to die, unless you would open the window. Well, then you wonder why Beijing would supply so much heat during the winter time. Why can't they use controlling devices so that if the room is too hot, then you reduce the heat output, right? Well, then you have a problem because the heat producing factories are all owned by the government. And the government regulates the prices to make the heat charges very low. And then if the factory decides, well, okay, during this winter, every day we're going to produce X amount of heat supply each day, you have to take whatever we give you. You have no choice except you just open the windows, let the heat go out. So more coal would have to be burned. Well, because the coal price has been reduced by government efforts so that heat supply for the whole city of Beijing can be very cheap, so that people can just totally open the windows, let the heat go out. So I think this kind of government imposed actions have produced the first order contributions to environmental damage and unnecessary energy consumption and resource exhaustion. So whereas I know many well-intentioned environmentalists and climate experts, they work so hard on those third order, fourth order improvements without actually really getting to the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem is those government actions that have contributed to much of the unnecessary exhaustion and energy consumption. Of course, just lastly, given the recent crackdown on the private sector and many other things in China, this is going to make the earlier consumption-driven growth model no longer talked about, but also is forcing China, actually, without people knowing it, to go back to the old manufacturing-driven, investment-driven economic growth model, which will mean, again, more energy consumption. So I think we cannot just look at emission output and environmental or sustainability targets just by only looking at this metric or a few of the environmental metrics without paying attention to the whole general equilibrium in which, in particular in countries like China, the government plays such a big role in deciding how much energy consumption is actually required or used in the country. So increase the prices, make people feel a little bit more pain when they generate emission and use more energy. So that's like probably the easiest way, or one of the most important ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Okay, thank you, Drew. Eric, Europe has used administrative policies on companies. Are you seeing the European markets moving more in favor of sustainability? And what can the rest of the world learn from the European experience? Because Europe is always in the forefront. I mean, me as an Asian, I always think, oh, Europe, you're doing the right thing. Circular economy directive, plastics directive, very clear target setting. What are you seeing in Europe, and what do you think should be adopted by the world?
There is a very positive development in Europe at the moment. And that's because the European Union see environment not just as one specific separate issue, but as the way to integrate Europe and to make Europe competitive for the future. The taxonomy will make it much, much cheaper for every company to get loans and financial support for going green, and much more difficult if they want to go in the wrong direction. And the European carbon market is now, after some time, the price was very low, price is increasing, and it has definitely an impact on policies all over Europe. So I think Europe is definitely at the right track. Speed needs to be higher, but the direction is very, very clear. And I think, sorry, we don't really need to wonder how we should handle these problems, because the recipe is very old. This is how we handle, say, the hole in the ozone layer 30, 40 years back. That problem is resolved. Ozone layer is no any longer a threat to us, because it came back in the same shape as it was before we started destroying it. And that is, governments need to regulate markets as they now do in Europe. And we need to, as Professor Xiang and others says, unleash the forces of the market with all the ability to take change to scale and to innovate. And take as an example, the President Xi's promise that China will stop all overseas coal investment. It will have enormous impact on all markets in every developing country. Indonesia, Vietnam, Pakistan, Kenya, Ethiopia, they will all know now they can get no coal from China. But they know that as well as China can provide coal, it can provide solar, green hydrogen, electric mobility, wind power. So they will all, of course, start asking, requesting China to provide all these. And then the enormous machinery of the Chinese economy will be put behind all these green developments. I think we cannot exaggerate the importance of this, and of course it will make Belt and Road a major scheme for taking the world in a green direction. If I may add at the end, many companies are now far ahead of governments when it comes to going green. They're not hiding behind governments. Microsoft is much greener than the United States of America. They have made amazing commitments. In Sweden, IKEA is now the world leader, taking the world into a circular economy. They've done much more than any government anywhere in the world. And if I may add, I had the privilege to work with Anderson Tanotto and the April group in setting up the April 2030 strategy. That's an amazing example of an Asian company going far beyond what they're forced to by the Indonesian or any other government, but because they want to be good citizens, but they also believe this is good for business. This is great future business for April to move into a more circular economy for the products and to protect the beautiful rainforest of Indonesia, which is of course the source of a lot of the income of the April group historically. And the areas conserved by April is much better conserved than those areas conserved by the Indonesian government, because April have all the resources to do it, the helicopters, the staff, the fire brigade, etc. And now we have seen last year, Indonesian deforestation is the lowest ever in the history of Indonesia. It's gone under the radar of the world. That is an amazing development, thanks to good government policies of the Jokowi government, and thanks to companies like April, but also others, moving into becoming good green citizens and believing that the future of the world is green and that they need to take their part of that commitment.
Okay, Anderson, anything to add? I mean, you mentioned voluntary carbon markets, and you know, certainly that would be a big step forward. Are you finding much resonance amongst investors for your moves on 2030 and the development of, you know, a forestry program?
You know, what's fascinating is while there's so many sustainability commitments from some of the Western companies, in some sense, Southeast Asian companies like us, we're still a few steps back. And I think, Eric, you mentioned a little bit about April 2030, but I always share, as a very young business leader in a relatively large organization, I always share that I'm actually the most concerned about the environment, because if there's climate change and there are issues with the environment, I'll bear the brunt of it in the next 40, 50 years. So I look at it from a very medium to long-term perspective. What it takes as a company that we need to do the right things so that the environment and the world we live in, and I live in the next 40, 50 years, is actually livable. And from that perspective, I think a lot of Asian companies can be much more ambitious. And I think a lot of family businesses, specifically in Asia, are relatively conservative. Conservative because if they do not know how to get there yet, they are not going to test the boundaries. From our perspective, we've always pushed ourselves to go above and beyond. 6 years ago, we were the first company to commit something called the Production Protection Compact. So 1 for 1. So every hectare of plantation we operate in, we're going to have 1 hectare of conservation and restoration project. And right now we have over 400,000 hectares of conservation and restoration environment. Just to give you some perspective, that is about 7 times the size of Singapore, where I normally live in. So it is a very large area. And in the worst El Nino season, 2015, 2016, not 1 single hectare was actually impacted by forest fires, which was much more severe than the rest of Indonesia. So there are models of private sector really taking a more a stewardship mindset, where we can go above and beyond what is needed from the regulation side. On the specific issue on voluntary carbon market, I think it's fascinating because, as I shared, in Indonesia, it's always very challenging to put a dollar value on a standing forest. And this is something that we've always discussed extensively in the international world, is that how can you give the right incentive mechanism so that people keep the forest standing instead of having it logged or burnt? And the voluntary carbon market allows you to do so. And this to me is groundbreaking, and I think there are there are things that are happening as we speak that the voluntary carbon market will definitely take off. For example, in Indonesia, the carbon market right now is $7 to $8 when it's without adjustment, without corresponding adjustments. With corresponding adjustments, it's $20 to $30. And in Europe, if I'm not wrong, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's over $60 to $70 the carbon market. So with that kind of pricing, there is a value for standing forest, and there's definitely an opportunity for us to continue to support that market and continue to allow it to be traded globally.
I would also add that there is a high amount of interest from the financial sector at the development of a voluntary carbon market, because this is actually a new asset class that can be traded, packaged, derived, and so on. And so, in the big kind of push on sustainable finance, there is a lot of work to be done on the voluntary carbon market, and I do know that jurisdictions are running after this because it is totally a new market, and it's actually quite exciting. I think if Asia can develop that and really make it a regional, if not global affair, then actually we will begin to attract the amounts of investment that you've all referred to. I'd just like to remind the audience that you are able to pose questions to the panel in the chat or in the Q&A box. Eric, did you want to, were you going to add something? Okay, let's go on to the third topic that we need to address, which is a real elephant in the room. We've talked about pricing, we've talked about administrative policy and market mechanisms. The real question we have is that, there's brands and retailers all, marvel at the future of Asia's rising middle class. There's 2 billion more people who are going to become middle-class consumers by 2030, 2040. Okay, and the bulk of the global middle class is going to be in Asia. How do we enable them to live sustainable lifestyles and have sustainable consumption habits, knowing that private consumption drives 70 to 80% of global emissions? Okay, so how do we enable Asia to get rich, live well, but without blowing a hole through the planet? Anyone want to take a stab at this? And it really brings together all of what we've been talking about in terms of price signals, market signals, policy, and so on. Who would like to start?
I'm happy to start, Pamela. Yeah, I think in China, obviously there's a carbon taken neutrality pledge needs a total transformation of our social economic development model. Among them, of course, at this moment, the focus is a lot more on the transformation of the energy supply side and the infrastructure, the change the industrial structure and also the model of transformation and heating and all of this. But the transformation of the lifestyle, of green lifestyle is also important. And this is a priority listed by the central government, at least in the document. And the Ministry of Environment also paid great attention. I'm sure Eric knows very well about that as Vice Chair of CCICET. But it is also a more challenging one because it requires behavior change. This is globally very challenging. The reason that we, as I said, that we assess the performance of hundreds of brands of their environmental and climate performance is because we hope it can help facilitate green consumption, helping our people to make their own green choice. And we're very happy to see some of the major e-commerce platform like Ant Group have decided to give lower interest loans to those brands which actually excel in our index assessment. And to further tap into this consumer power, we're also developing a digital platform to allow consumers to handily measure the carbon footprints of various products they consume day in and day out. I think this is going to trigger a lot more action, hopefully, motivate them. And in the meantime, Chinese top leadership have also weighed in on the garbage issue, to require the country to set up a garbage sorting program. Now, hundreds of cities will be required to do that by 2025. I hope that the major beverage and the home care companies can pay attention, and the e-commerce companies can pay attention, because in some areas, like in the Yangtze River Delta, the system had a system based on the model of Japan and Korea have been built. So there's a way to fully recycle all the plastics. I think this is going to help with on the climate side, and it also can help on the ocean plastic side. And last point I want to make is in China, we're also trying to go back to Beijing, trying to transform itself back into this capital of bicycles. The mayor himself have been trying on the bike tracks trips and try to promote for priorities to be given to bikers, and all of this I think will be quite helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. You've named all of the key aspects like infrastructure, energy, industrial structure, and lifestyle. I'm really conscious tomorrow is Singles Day. Is Singles Day compatible with sustainable development?
Yeah, Singles Day. This e-commerce has been so much booming. In China, we have seen it boosted all this consumption in China. But on the other hand, all this, there are upside, but there are also downsides. How to manage that, with all the plastics and the packaging and incredible glue ribbon. All this are just in a mind-boggling volume, and which gonna have such a big impact. And so that's the reason for China to pay so much attention on the municipal garbage sorting program, because we have to make sure that people are going to take their responsibility if they want to have this kind of a lifestyle online. Thank you.
Yeah, and this has actually come in as a question online. You've talked about making green solutions attractive for business. How do we make green living attractive to consumers? A way to live better, not some bitter medicine they need to swallow. And so it's really about, can we actually consume in a sustainable way? Eric, you were going to speak next.
Yeah, this I believe is the most critical question, and we need to just change our way of thinking. The old thinking came from the Industrial Revolution. It was first, basically, you pollute like hell, and when you become rich, you start taking care of the environment. That was happened in Europe, in America, then later in Japan and Korea, and finally in China in the last decade. But that's the old model. That's the model of the 19th or 20th century. The 21st century is the win-win model. And the reason why the win-win policy is possible is the main fact that the price of solar energy is now 10% of what it was just a decade back. Wind power is also much cheaper. So we have the opportunity to develop very fast, to provide all the products for Singles Day. Of course, Singles Day today is not sustainable, everyone knows. But Singles Day in 10 or 20 years into the future may be sustainable, because we move into an economy based on renewables. Those are the cheapest. By the way, solar energy in India today is the cheapest energy which has ever existed on planet Earth. Yes, true, there are issues, and you need to prepare the grid. You need batteries. I mean, there are issues, but basically we can move into renewable energy. We can move into electric mobility. Think of the fact that last week Tesla had a higher market value than the 9 next companies combined. When you add Toyota, Volkswagen, General Motors, all of them, still Tesla had a higher value than the rest. Why? Because everyone knows that the future is electric. Last week, NIO, the Chinese electric vehicle company, opened their shop at the main street of Oslo. Well, they will say they will sell no combustible engines. They just go into electricity. Volkswagen just said that they wouldn't spend 1 calorie any longer on the combustible engine. We go all out electric. And if you move into agriculture in the southern Indian state of Andhra Pradesh, they have now demonstrated to the world that they can increase the yields by more environment-friendly ways of doing agriculture. Rwanda may be a front runner using green tourism as a way to develop their land, protecting the gorillas in a fantastic way, but through that bring tourists who can pay for the development and protection. And as I mentioned, IKEA is for sure a global front runner. You will very soon move into an economy where you buy the furniture from IKEA, but if you want to shift from a green sofa into a red sofa, well, you can hand in your old sofa. They will take care of it, try to sell it to someone else. If they can't do that, they will make sure that it is recycled and all the components are reused. So I'm very optimistic, but the main issue is to change the thinking. Let's move away from this old win-lose thinking, where either you develop or you take care of the environment, into the win-win propositions, which we now have in every single area. We can go green, we can take care of Mother Earth, but by the same, we will improve our health and we will create jobs and prosperity. By the way, there are 5 times more jobs in America in the solar industry than in coal. Still, President Trump did a run around the world speaking as the jobs were in coal. How can we be fooled like that?
Okay, thank you, Eric. Maybe turn to Anderson. You know, Eric talked about putting circular into your business model, and actually it is a new business model that you're going to be developing. What do you see? You know, what does RGE look like in 15, 20 years? Or hopefully sooner, maybe sooner, but you know,
has to be sooner than that, Pamela. No, but it's fascinating because let's start with the right raw materials. If you start with the right raw materials, it's much easier to make it biodegradable. It's much easier to make it circular. So for example, to make coal sustainable by turning coal to gas, you know, there was a movement towards that direction a few years ago. It's challenging because to make a material that is in the first place not sustainable, to be sustainable, it's much harder to make things that are better. So start with the right raw materials. We try to do that, of course, with a lot of our products. That's first. Second, the right manufacturing process. Actually, I had the privilege as well to interact with IPE, our organization. One of our viscose cellulose organization, Satri, actually worked with IPE. And one of our companies were actually displayed in IPE's dashboard to improve our environmental standards. And we took it very seriously because it was very open, very transparent. We engaged with IPE, we improved. And IPE allowed us to actually come up with a roadmap and improve our manufacturing process. So right raw material and the right manufacturing process. For example, Pamela, just to share, what does right manufacturing process mean? Back in the days when you have water effluent, typically in China, you're allowed to actually release water effluent. Maybe 10 to 20% of your water you use, you're actually releasing it back, even though it's treated after that. But now, because water price is getting higher and higher, it's actually much more efficient to use technology to do water recovery system, to actually have 99.5% water recovery. So you use less water, you're using wastewater to actually use for industrial use. 20 years ago, it will cost you 10 times the price. At this point in time, it's economically lower to recycle your water consumption than to buy fresh water. So this is an element of market mechanism. It's an element of technology development, and it makes good business sense. So I agree with Eric. We cannot say what's good for the environment is bad for business. It has to be what's good for the environment, also has to be good for the business. And technology has allowed us to do that, both from the manufacturing side and the raw material side. And last but not least, the circularity. I'll share a perfect example. I think, Pamela, you know this as well in the textile industry. I come from the paper-based industry. Tissue, paperboard packaging in most developed countries is 80% recovery, 70 to 80% recovery. Textile, which is one of the products we use, viscose cellulose, the textile recycling percentage globally is less than 1%. That means we make, produce, use textile, and we dispose, either in a landfill, because it's polyester-based, or we incinerate. And that's a fundamental question. Is there an opportunity for us to actually recycle textile? And there are a lot of emerging technologies that's coming. So our company ourselves, we put $200 million behind the newest technology possible to actually close the circularity, allow textile to be produced, used, and then actually recycled back. And not only downcycling, but upcycling. So that's the area where there's really real opportunities. We can recycle textile, and it can be made into a good business. So I think right raw materials, right manufacturing process with the right technology, and last but not least, really allowing the consumers to enable the circularity to take place in the markets.
Yeah, that's a great point, Anderson. I personally believe that there is a whole new business model in textile recuperation and recycling. We are just scratching the surface of that right now, and that's a valuable resource. And we need to, like Mr. Ma said, we need to focus a lot more on turning waste into valuable things and in recovery, and waste pricing is part of that. Zhiwu, anything to add here? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add very quickly to this question from Mohammed Cohen about green living for consumers, right? I think one of the things we tend to forget while we talk about the per consumer use or production of emissions, it's good to reduce the per consumer emission level. But also we should not forget about the number of consumers that can also get out of control, because now in China, there are incentives provided, actually even administrative pressure for people to have more children. I mean, it took so many years under the one-child policy to finally stop, limitless population growth. So just as it is stabilizing at 1.3 or 1.4 billion people, so now so many experts have finally convinced the government, well, in order to have continuous economic growth, China needs to have a larger population and continuous high population growth. Well, so the government listened. So a lot of incentives and orders are given to the people across the country to have a second, third, or even more children per couple. So one day, if China's population quickly gets to 2 billion people, then no matter how hard we work to keep the per consumer emission level within some boundary, some bound, then if the population grows even much faster, then we can, limit emission growth per person on Earth. We can never win this battle at all. So this is why, I sometimes don't understand why many of the experts just totally focus on population and economic growth, forgetting that there are all kinds of costs with additional population growth. One of the big costs is the damage to Earth. It's simple math. If everyone requires to consume this many units of energy, then the more population, then the more exhaustion of Earth will have to be, yeah.
Okay, anyway. So Zhiwu, I'm gonna push you a bit here. Okay. So do you think we need to stop going after economic growth, or simply reconfigure what growth means? As in the previous session, is to integrate more environmental considerations. So then, we're not chasing just a number. That's what right. Are we chasing? We're chasing prosperity. How do we define prosperity?
I think more people in Asia should learn from Scandinavians, from where Eric is. That is, once the material living standards have reached a certain level, why do we want to have more growth? So what's the point, right? You only have 24 hours each day. why don't we spend some time enjoying life in other non-material ways? So maybe Buddhism will help to some extent to achieve more important goals in terms of green living. I thought if you're a Buddhist, then you for sure automatically pursue a very green living lifestyle. Anyway, so there are multiple things experts and activists can do to achieve sustainable goals rather than just economic growth.
Hey, Eric, you know, we all talk about Scandinavia as like paradise. So tell what is the next stage? What's the next step for Scandinavia and Western Europe on sustainability? You know, because you've already reached such a good living standard. Like, how do we move in the direction that Zhang is talking about?
But let's be fair. I mean, Scandinavia has truly reached a high living standard, and in many areas now have good environment policies. But Scandinavian emissions are much higher than Chinese emissions, not to speak about Indonesian or Indian emissions per capita. So we have reached this level by the old model. The new model is not this. The new model cannot be this. The new model is how to have economic prosperity and growth, while at the same time doing it through a circular economy, as Anderson very clearly set out, or how to do it by renewable energies and all the available technologies. The historical emissions of the United States of America is 10 times the Chinese emissions per capita, and 20, 30 times Indian or Indonesian emissions per capita. So we need to move into a global economy where we prioritize development for those who need it. And I'm not so worried that the Chinese population will grow. I think, to the contrary, China will struggle to keep up its population. In Japan, as you know, its population is now rapidly declining. Last year was the first year where South Korea had a decline. There were more people dying in South Korea than those born in South Korea. And even with the best intentions of President Xi and other leaders to increase the Chinese population, it will be very hard, because the young Chinese are so busy working and in so many other areas that they simply don't have time for sex, or whatever reason there may be, that that is hard to increase the population. However, Africa, we will see a doubling of the population to 2050 and a 4-doubling in this century. And that, of course, is the least affluent continent. It's the one nearly every single least development country is in Africa. There are Haiti in the Americas, or maybe Nepal, and well, I don't know exactly what else in Asia, but hardly anything else in Asia. No. Okay. And we need to focus growth, of course, on those poor people who need to be brought out of poverty, and the large global lower middle class who still should desire for a lot of better living. But we have all the policies, we have all the win-win policies. So let's not despair, but really change our thinking into how can business take the lead and how can government employ the win-win policies.
Okay, thank you, Anderson, Eric, Zhiwu, and Ma-Jun. We actually are out of time. I would just like to remind everyone that we have covered an incredible amount of territory. We know that the future of Asia is fueled by renewable energy, filled with smart infrastructure, has sustainable business and sustainable industries, and where consumers can live very prosperous lives in a very sustainable manner. And you know, we need a lot of collaboration, a lot of action from all parties. We need the right markets, and we won't get there overnight, but I think that with the momentum created by COP and with all the commitments of China, Japan, and Korea, and Indonesia, we are actually well on the way. So let's keep up the good work and move a bit faster. So thank you all for your contributions on this panel. Back to you, Stevie.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Ma.
Pamela.
Please stay with us for our final session on the global economy and the new drivers of growth, which will start in about 30 minutes.
Okay, bye.
In our final session, Kathy Matsui, General Partner of Empower Partners, Michael Spence, Advisory Board Co-Chair of the Asia Global Institute, and Wang Bing, Deputy Chief Executive of the Bank of China, Hong Kong, discussed the global economy. How is the pandemic recovery proceeding? What are the risks and opportunities? And what the growth drivers are going forward, including digitalization, the growth of the green economy, and the drive for sustainability. The session will be moderated by Alejandro Reyes, Director of Knowledge Dissemination of the Asia Global Institute. Professor Reyes, please.
Thank you, Stevie. Welcome to this final panel session of the Asia Global Dialogue 2021. It is my pleasure to moderate this discussion on the global economy, new drivers of growth. We will be discussing the global economy, the impact of the pandemic, the risks of the moment and the longer term, and the drivers of growth going forward. To do so, we have a panel of friends and analysts of different perspectives. I will not take much time to introduce our panelists, just the top line. For full bios, please have a look at the AGD website at asiaglobaldialogue.hku.hk. So first, we have Kathy Matsui. She is General Partner of Empower Partners, Japan's first ESG-focused global venture capital fund. Kathy is the former Vice Chair of Goldman Sachs Japan and Chief Japan Equity Strategist. Her groundbreaking womenomics research spurred the Japanese government to promote gender diversity, and she has advised corporations on governance and diversity best practices. Second, we have Bing Wang. He is Deputy Chief Executive of the Bank of China, Hong Kong. Mr. Wang is the Deputy Executive, Chief Executive Bank of China of Hong Kong, overseeing Global Corporate Banking Department, the Commercial Banking Department, Institutional Business Department, Transaction Banking Department, Custody and Trust Services, as well as the Southeast Asia business. And then we have Professor Michael Spence. Professor Michael Spence is a member of the advisory board. He is co-chair of the advisory board of Asia Global Institute. He is a Nobel laureate in economics and is a world authority on growth in developing countries and on the convergence between advanced and developing economies. He is a professor of economics at the Stern School of Business at New York University, professor emeritus of management in the Graduate School of Business at Stanford University, a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, and a distinguished visiting fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. So there's our panel. Now, our discussion is taking place after the G20 summit and at the tail end of the COP26 climate change conference. So the outcomes from these global discussions could take, we could take these outcomes into account in our discussion today. I note a recent address by the International Monetary Fund Managing Director, Christina Georgieva, to Bocconi University a few days ago in advance of the G20, and that this might sort of offer a framework for our session. She touches on the divergence in economic growth, I suppose the so-called K-shaped recovery, and concerns about inflation, the rise of public debt, the need for strong policy action, particularly vaccines to support economic recovery, to calibrate policies to country-specific circumstances, and to accelerate reforms to transfer economies. So we'll want to focus on those issues as well as drivers of the recovery. And so I thought a good way to do it is to emulate our co-chair Victor Fung this morning in his session when he asked the panelists about the global economy and took a tour de table to get a sense of where our panelists see the current situation in the global economy and the risks. So let me start with you, Mike. If you could tell us a bit about where you see the global economy right now, and what are some of the factors that are important in the key economies, the US, China, Europe, and in this part of the world, this region, and what are the key risks that you see?
Thank you very much. I'm going to pause for a minute and hope everybody can hear me. So let me start with the recovery. I would have, if we were talking in the first half of 2021, I would have said with some notable exceptions I'll come to in a minute, that we were in the midst of a very, very strong recovery. Of course, we experienced an enormously powerful contraction. It was somewhat asynchronous. It occurred first in Asia and in China specifically, and the recovery came first in China because of the measures taken to contain the virus. But on the whole, it looked pretty good. If you fast forward to today, I think it looks, we're still in the course of a fairly substantial recovery, some eye-popping growth rates that won't last indefinitely, but there are significant, headwinds, if I can call them that we didn't anticipate, at least most of us didn't, when we were in the first half of this year. Of those, I would say the two most important are first, the largely unanticipated and fairly extreme global supply chain congestion. It's pretty much everywhere. It covers large fractions of economies and the global economy. It affects goods, semiconductors, shipping, prices, shortages, etc. And it's broad-based, and it is a major factor in the slowing growth in the course of the pandemic recovery. Now, we can spend a lot of time dissecting this, but there it is. There is no question that the data show that there's a huge demand surge that is in part the explanation for this, but it's not the whole explanation. The global supply chains and the global economy in important dimensions are out of balance, and we'll probably want to talk about that. The second is that the pandemic itself. We have the Delta variant with outbreaks in a wide variety of countries, including China, a number of countries in Europe, and a number of parts of the United States. So while we had the potential to suppress the virus via the vaccines in the wide range of countries that didn't succeed in containing the virus in the absence of vaccines, we've only partially succeeded on that front. And this means that we're experiencing, partial closures and partial shutdowns and so on that are also impeding the recovery. That said, on the whole, if you focus on the developed economies and the sort of higher income emerging economies, we're in pretty good shape. The other thing that that the director of the IMF mentioned, I think is worth underlining, and that is that the full global rollout of the vaccine is not going well. There are a number of emerging economies and virtually all the lower income economies have not, been in the path of the vaccine rollout thus far. And so while they're not, enormously quantitatively important factors in the global economy, they are important places where people live. They're important places where new variants of the virus can develop, and so on. So that, we hope, is a process that gets reversed as a result of international cooperation in the next few months, and we hope that we can largely complete the global vaccine rollout, maybe this is a bit optimistic, by the first half of 2022. So why don't I stop there? I think there's some longer term drivers of growth, but that's probably going to come in our subsequent discussion. So I'll turn it back to you, Alejandro, and my colleagues on the panel.
Right. Thanks very much, Mike. I'm wondering if I can then ask Wang Bing. Wang Bing, from your position here in Hong Kong, what are your thoughts on where we are in the pandemic and the recovery, particularly in the Chinese economy? I know you have some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Just now, Professor Spence shared with us his view about the global economic recovery and mentioned the supply chain bottleneck, as well as the imbalance of the vaccination rate in the whole world. But the situation in Hong Kong and in mainland China is quite different. Since, although the present situation, the pandemic situation in China has some problem of the infection people, less than 100 cases one day. But since China still has the policy of zero tolerance to the pandemic control, so it's a little bit nervous for the different local government to control the pandemic. But as a whole, the Chinese economy, comparing with the other nations in the world, has achieved a rather better result. But the tendency, it's getting a little bit worried by the people because, because of the very strict pandemic control measures, as well as some continuous regulatory measures imposed, such as on the industry of education, after school education, as well as on the real estate sector. So the situation is getting serious at the moment, especially the problem of the real estate developers. There are quite a lot developers. They are facing liquidity problems, starting from the problem of Evergrande. But now the list is more than 10. Big developers all over the country. They are facing two serious problems. One is, the regulator of China is trying to lowering the debt ratio of the developer. So they set up very strict debt ratio line, 3 red lines, as well as they set up very strict concentration, proportional measures for the commercial banking sector to make either the developing loan or mortgage loan to the developer and to the housing buyers. So that, and together with another problem, because there are numerous measures to control the uprising of the housing pricing. So at the moment, the expectation of the housing price is being negative. So the major developers, they are facing problems of selling their house. So these are the two challenges they are facing. That's why they are facing the liquidity problem. These are the very hot topic at the moment. So that's a potential influence reason for the Chinese economy. People are watching, and people are watching the Q4 speed of GDP growth will be lowering than the Q3. So people are watching. That's a very present situation. As in Hong Kong, the situation is better, and because the pandemic control in Hong Kong is rather successful, and the recovery of the economy is quite strong. So I believe the situation in Hong Kong is better than in China. But anyway, Hong Kong is very closely connected with mainland China. So the Q4 performance, as well as the performance in next year, is still under observation. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Right. Thank you very much. Kathy, your thoughts now on the global economy, and I think particularly you would have special insight on Japan's own situation.
Sure. So I think my personal assessment, I have to say, I still rely a lot on my former colleagues at Goldman, Jan Hatzius's team, for expertise in this space. But I think the overall assessment I would have is, look, obviously, this year is a year of tremendous recovery, rebound from a very deep contraction of 2020. And for 2022, next year, although growth will obviously decelerate for a whole host of reasons, the deceleration, let's say, going from about 6% this year, this is global GDP growth, to around 4.5% is their estimate for 2022, is still over 1% above what I think most people would estimate to be trend global growth, so above potential. And there are some, I think pretty meaningful reasons for why that is likely to be the case, more than not, i.e., yes, it is true that there's still stumbling blocks and hiccups with respect to the vaccine rollout, but with the development of the so-called COVID pill and more medical treatments, yes, it will take time, but we think by, say, the middle or latter part of 2022, there probably will be quite effective, what we call it, sort of protection rates for vast parts or chunks of the globe, number one. Number two, given that demand has really roared back in many parts of the world and production has been weaker, you've had inventory drawdown. And once you have inventory drawdown, at some point, you're going to have to invest in restocking those inventories. So that will be another driver of positive growth. Third, I think particularly I would say looking at Europe and the EU, we are seeing still, the fiscal impulse in that part of the world is probably more tilted on the stimulative side, i.e., whether it's the EU Recovery Fund or the stimulus measures that have been announced lately in that part of the world will also be, allowing for some positive momentum there. And then finally, if we look at, again, more the advanced economies perhaps, but at excess savings of the household sector, people haven't been able to spend and they've saved more than they usually do. So that's pent up potential demand down the road as well. So not totally rosy, but I think no reason really to be overly gloomy at this point. Growth will still be pretty decent going into 22 and slowing again in 23, but I personally don't see big risks of recession. However, having said all that, Professor Spence, I think, put his finger on the right risks that I identify as well, which are the inflation, the supply chain risks. We're seeing, wage inflation as well. But again, it's hard to parse out right now on the supply chain side of things, and what's driving up PCE or whatever inflation measures you want to look at is how much of this is, for example, I think a large contribution is coming from durable goods. So used cars, consumer electronic appliances. I mean, we already started to see some of those bottlenecks begin to loosen in very, very recent data. So, maybe it will take another year, maybe it won't. We just need to wait and see. But that's definitely the area that I think is of greatest risk for this whole, relatively rosy picture.
Great, thank you very much. I note here because APEC will be meeting, well, he is meeting on ministerial level this week, and the leaders meeting shortly thereafter, that APEC released a regional trends analysis, which indicates the Asia-Pacific region will expand by 8% in the first half of 2021 compared to a 3.7% contraction in the first half of 2020. Professor Spence, I'm wondering if I could come back to you and get into the discussion about the growth drivers, because when you the mention of increased demand of consumer durables, issues with the supply chain bottlenecks, this actually brings up issues related to, well, what will be driving growth in the future, and what is the impact on work, on employment as a result of the pandemic? What is the sort of lasting impact? Because some of the supply chain bottlenecks is due to sort of restructuring in the workplace, in particular, in the particular sectors of relevance to the supply chains, logistics and transport and such. I want to talk about that. What do you see as the impact on the future of work, and indeed, the technological dimension of that, I suppose, as well?
Well, I'll give it a try, but first let me say, I think my colleagues on the panel, Dr. Wang and Kathy Matsui, got it exactly right. I mean, this is not wildly pessimistic, and there's some things we just don't know. And when we get to the longer term growth drivers, there's more things we just don't know. Right. So I mean, I think to start with, it's probably important to say without elaboration that we're in the midst of at least 3, maybe 4 major economic transformations, if you sort of look at it from a longer term point of view. The one that everybody knows in your part of the world is that the center of gravity of the global economy is shifting to Asia. This is a high growth part of the global economy, and its performance is increasingly definitive with respect to global economic performance in multiple dimensions: overall growth, innovation, technological advancement, entrepreneurial activity, creation of unicorns, the list goes on and on. The second one, I think, is also just well known. We are in the midst of a major digital economic transformation. Again, multidimensional, occurring virtually everywhere, and it does have implications for things like employment and whatnot. But I'll come back briefly to that, and we may want to kick that one around a bit among ourselves. But I personally think there's a very good chance that we will see a tremendous burst of productivity in the global economy, reversing long-term 2-decade negative trends that we've seen, at least in the developed world. And I say that, simply to underline how powerful this transformation can be. Now, it has interesting side effects. I mean, I think if you look out 15 years, the chances that manufacturing will be a major employer of labor is pretty small, right? I mean, part of this transformation, and only a part, is, automation, artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, and so on. And you can sort of see the writing on the wall. The third one is the energy transformation. And we're all watching Glasgow with keen eyes. And I'm sure there'll be disruptions and other things associated with that, but also major opportunities for advanced technology to help us get this job done. And finally, they're slightly less talked about. There's a kind of partially hidden revolution underway in biomedical science and healthcare that I think will be a major driver of growth. So very briefly on the employment front, I guess there's 2 parts to this. I mean, we have all averted in one way or another to some kind of unexpected shifts in the labor market. We don't really know, to be honest with you, how long these will last, whether people will return to the labor force, whether power is shifted to labor, whether, the fraction of income going to labor in a number of countries will start to rise instead of, proceeding to fall as it has been for a couple of decades. But I think, to dismiss the notion that there's maybe fundamental changes underway would be a mistake. I mean, the pandemic probably did change some things. It certainly accelerated the digital transformation. I mean, by a lot, you know, sort of 5 years of adoption compressed into months and so on, depending on who you're talking to and listening to. I think longer term, you know, there's and this is a kind of big subject. I mean, we could spend the hour on it, but it depends a little bit on where you are. But, you know, major transformations like the digital one are disruptive. There's no question about it. It will change the structure of economies. It will change the structure of labor markets. It will change the skills that are required. And it's so a major challenge for virtually everybody, depending on where their economy sits in the sort of growth and development process, is going to be to help people and families navigate these transitions with the appropriate level of support, both income support and I think our previous panels have emphasized we for sure need the engagement of the corporate sector to get this job done. It's not a job that can be done by government and the household sector by itself. So Alejandro, let me stop there because I know my panelists have insights into this.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I want to hear them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mike. If I can just pursue a little bit on all those transformations, which you know, kind of overwhelms when you think about it. But what are the risks then for greater inequality as a result of those transformations, and then overlaid with the pandemic and the uneven vaccine rollout? It would seem to me that the divergence, the growth divergence, could be very severely exacerbated in inequality, particularly widened, particularly seriously at this time in these coming few years.
No, I mean, again, I'm going to listen, but the pandemic, I think the data show, was a big negative shock in distributional terms, both domestically and globally. So within economies to varying extents, the people who couldn't work from home, the people who lost their jobs because of closures, et cetera, were not in the higher income part of the income distribution. Having said that, you know, many economies stretched themselves in terms of fiscal capacity and buffered that shock pretty effectively. And so the result is higher debt levels than we might have expected before the pandemic, but that's probably a whole lot better than having people struggling and failing businesses and so on. So, I mean, you know, it was a bad shock, probably pretty well handled by the places that had the resources to do it. But globally, and this one, I guess we're repeating ourselves, is, you know, there's a set of countries with very little fiscal space, very little medical capacity, and at the end of the queue in terms of vaccine rollout. And there, I think there's a serious problem of, I mean, because these are countries that, you know, I hate to generalize, but, you know, they already have demographic challenges, governance problems, et cetera. And when then you pile on the pandemic, and some fairly heavy impacts from climate change, I think you're starting to see the risk. I would like to highlight is that the convergence process that we've all watched and celebrated, you know, as the developing countries, you know, succeeded and grew at very high rates, may leave a set of countries and people who live in them behind, that will lose the tail of the convergence process, and that would be a tremendous shame.
Thank you. Mr. Wang Bing, I'm wondering if you could react to the what Professor Spence has talked about in these transformations as you see it, particularly in the context of China, and from your perspective in a financial institution.
Well, I see the innovation in science and technology is the driven factor to promoting economic and social development, as well as in addressing the major challenges we are facing. So not only to tangle with the climate change problems, but also to try to speed up the global economic recovery, innovations are the key enablers. I mean, it can help to transform and upgrade our energy and the resource sectors, as well as the industrial structure and the consumption pattern. Also, to promote a rather greener economy, a smooth recovery. So that's the major driving force for the recovery. And in China, as well as in Hong Kong, I mean, since, you know, in the following sectors, like the internet giants, medicine and health sector, high standard industrialization of, I mean, the manufacturing sector, as well as the telecommunication sector. I mean, they all put high investments on the innovation and the technological improvement. And for the banking sector, for the banking industry, digitalization is one of the priorities we are now, I mean, facing. And because of the pandemic, the digitalization has been speed up since the, I mean, the lockdown measures or the strict measures. People cannot feel very easy to visit the branches of banks. So the mobile banking tools, I mean, the customers of the mobile banking tools has been tripled. That's very significant increase. And also the digitalization can help the banks to improve the client experience, as well as the operational efficiency, and also the smart risk management. We apply lots of new fintech to improve our digitalization, like artificial intellectual or blockchain, as well as data. Data is a very key resource for us to know our customer behavior better, and to help us to make faster decisions and to know the expectations of our customer. So I see the innovation and the digitalization as the key drivers for the recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fung Bing. I'm wondering if I could ask, in some ways, the same question, follow-up question that I asked Mike Spence about inequality. Xi Jinping and the Chinese leadership has been focused on this concept of common prosperity. It's a difficult goal, particularly given the inequality that already exists in China. I'm wondering if you could address that. What are we talking about in terms of the challenges of achieving this common prosperity, given the pandemic and the situations that you talked about in terms of China trying to achieve a sustainable economy?
Mr. West?
Kathy, I think that was meant for you. Or
yes.
Or is that?
Yes, Fung Bing.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking me, right?
Yes, yes. For
Oh,
you, I'm
right.
just wanting to follow up just to talk about inequality and the issue of common prosperity, and how you see that challenge, particularly given the government is very much focused on this concept, this goal.
Yeah, the topic of common prosperity is a very hot one, since the central government has put forward a very ambitious goal to achieve. But I think the common prosperity is a universal goal for all the nations and for all the countries. I mean, to improve the low income, the living conditions of the low income people are the responsibility of the whole society, of every government. So I think, I mean, the Chinese central government's, their plan is a little bit disturbing at this moment, because people are worrying about if the government will try to force the rich people to donate their wealth to help to achieve the common prosperity aim. But I don't think so, since different layers of the ministers and also the high-level cadres, they also admit that it's a long way to go to achieve. And also it's based on the personal willingness to do charity, to do donation. So I don't think we don't need to exaggerate the potential forced by the government to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Kathy, if I could ask you to talk about new drivers of growth from your perspective, focused on ESG investment. Clearly, the ESG movement is really catching on. I guess there's still people who wonder, well, how much of it is real, how much of it is act. But clearly, you've changed your career to focus on this. So I'm wondering if you could talk about it, in particular, your efforts to support greater diversity in the investment field, specifically support for women entrepreneurs.
Great.
Sure. So, as many of you know, ESG kind of started in Europe quite a few years ago, and then kind of made its way to the United States, and very recently landed in Asia. I believe all ESG linked assets under management currently total about $35 trillion US. They are projected to grow another $15 to $20 trillion in just a few years from now, by 2025. And of course, what's driving this? I think part of this is because in the past, ESG or sustainable investing, there are many labels, was synonymous with a performance trade-off, i.e., if you allocated capital to sustainable investing, you're willing to accept lower returns. When in fact, particularly in the last few years, and this is pre-COVID, if you looked at all the equity mutual funds, for example, in the United States, I think it was between 2016 and 2020, 77% of the ESG or sustainability linked funds actually outperformed the average. And so it's been flipped on its head, meaning it's actually a performance driver, an enhancement, as opposed to a trade-off. And part of this, of course, has been exacerbated with the pandemic, insofar as if you're an investor and you're trying to assess the health of an enterprise, of course, you're looking at its P&L, you're looking at various financial risks associated with the business. But in your assessment of those risks, are you actually calculating for, let's say you have plants along the Gulf Coast or in flood-prone areas? Do you fully account for climate change risks when you assess the value of the assets that the enterprise owns? Or when a pandemic strikes, how do you treat your employees? Do you cut them off the payroll immediately, or do you take a more patient approach? How do you deal with things like cybersecurity risks? So these are what we call non-financial risks that are very relevant, some harder to quantify, of course, but that are super important when it comes to making an overall holistic assessment of any company. And so I think what we've seen in the last few years is capital markets beginning to ask questions of companies along those lines of these non-financial metrics or factors that are kind of under this broad umbrella of ESG, and asking for disclosure, asking for what are your policies, And of course, the problem right now is there's too many different standards and frameworks, and it's all become like an alphabet soup of different acronyms, very confusing. But I think the ultimate aim is correct, which is, like I said, at the heart of all of this is to try to get a better picture of the health of an enterprise. And I believe that, I'm looking at startups. And of course, publicly traded companies, big companies, have yet to fully embrace ESG. Why on earth are we looking at integrating ESG with startups? Well, I spent 30 years of my career in sell-side research. And in Japan, where many of you know, corporate governance practices, gender diversity attitudes are quite different from global standards. And trying to convince what I call old dogs, new tricks, right? To see the light on why gender diversity is important, or to see the light of why good governance is important, was frankly quite difficult, quite challenging when the company's been around for over 150 years. Rather, we want to work with companies that are more in the teenage years, right? More formative years. They're smaller, they're more nimble, and to inject ESG principles within the DNA of these organizations at an earlier stage, to us, can set the stage for much higher sustainable and scalable growth long term. And in that mix of ESG, we of course look at diversity of the staff, of the leadership, of the board. And it's not just gender, right? We're looking for cognitive diversity. And Japan is a very homogeneous country, not a lot of diversity across the board. And we are Japan's first all-female led VC fund. And we have been overwhelmed by startups and founders coming to us asking for help. How do we diversify our leadership? So I'm very excited. Japan is a very small venture market. It's a fraction of what it is in the US and in China. But because of that, I think the opportunities are vast and really exciting. So we're very hopeful. And I also think it's important to say that the ESG mindset for younger generation is very, very ahead of my generation, the old generation. They get it. They don't have to be explained why. They need to help on the how to integrate. They've got the why down.
I'm wondering if you could, for an outsider, a layman, maybe connect the dots more in terms of why we should see this expansion of ESG as essential for sort of driving new growth, particularly if you think about small and medium-sized enterprises, which would be sort of the backbone of many of the economies in this region. Particularly for those who might still be skeptical and say, well, why should we sort of apply these standards or apply these principles?
Yeah, and to be clear, I think there's a lot of misconception about ESG, that it's this one-size-fits-all straitjacket type of framework, and particularly for SMEs or startups that we're looking at, one size definitely does not fit all, even in the same sector, right? So you really have to take, if you're the company, you have to figure out what are the most material factors, ESG factors that impact your business, your core business strategy. You've got to decide what those are, and then you've got to decide what the long-term goals or KPIs for each of those metrics are going to be. But I think to convince the skeptics, you have to demonstrate that by integrating good governance, the well-being of your employees, community engagement, mindfulness about environmental impact, that those are value creation opportunities, market opening opportunities, as opposed to costs, right? I think the overall mainstream perception is, oh my God, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, I've got to comply with this, comply with that. There's a compliance element, of course, but I think to really get the entire organization across the bridge is really to convince them that there is, this is imperative for growth, is what I'm trying to say. Some people get it, a lot of people still don't, and that's really important. There's a lot of greenwash risk as well, so we have to be very mindful that a lot of box ticking is going on. They don't really feel it in their heart, and that's an important thing to be wary of as well.
The term greenwash has been frequently mentioned today, so I think that that's interesting. If I could just remind our viewers and listeners that they can put questions into the chat box if they wish, and we can, if you can mention, if you want to direct a question to a particular panelist, please do so. Mike, I'm wondering if you could share with us your thoughts on the ESG phenomenon, the ESG movement. Whether, in terms of how you see it shaping up and the impact that it's had so far, and where it might be going.
I just want to say, I think Kathy's description of what it is and why it's important is about as clear as any explanation I've heard. So I hope somebody will give me the recording so I can use it. Right. For sure. It depends a little bit on where you are. So, I think in general terms, we face enormous challenges as well as opportunities. And so the starting point in sort of understanding why ESG is important is that we can't meet those challenges with a corporate sector that's off doing something else. And that means, everybody from the startup to the, mega platform with a market cap approaching $1 trillion. So, so in some sense, what we're struggling for here is a process of aligning, business purposes and missions with, very broad, important, and even global economic and social and development objectives. And I think we're getting there. So in America, this meant an about face in the corporate sector. I mean, we've operated for approximately 30 years with the shareholder value maximization proposition. And it wasn't just words, it was embedded in the legal system, in the Delaware courts. And so we haven't completely reversed that, but we're well on the way because the major business groupings, the business council have said, we just can't do that anymore. It won't satisfy our employees, it won't satisfy our customers, and eventually we just have to do something else. And we'll define our purpose in a different way, and then measure our performance. And then I think Kathy's right. I mean, then we got a long way to go in, reasonably standardized measurement challenges, whether it's in sustainability or other things. And so we're in process. I mean, when this, on the American side, when this started out, I thought, maybe this isn't serious. I mean, maybe they don't really mean it, but now I'm pretty sure that we really have changed direction. And it's a question of figuring out how to get there. My final comment is, I think the last thing Kathy said is just incredibly important. Having a multi-stakeholder model and being serious about, this alignment business is a creative exercise. It's very company specific, right? There is no sort of formula that says, this company in textiles and apparel and this one who making semiconductors, have the same way of, sort of pursuing ESG goals. This is nonsense. So I think in some ways that makes it harder, but in some ways it makes it more fun. I mean, most people like creative challenges once they embrace them. So I think that's where we're going.
Great, thank you. I have a question here for Mr. Wang Bing. Mr. Wang, this is actually from one of my former students, so it's nice to see him here. The Chinese government emphasizes the revitalization of countryside and ecological development as essential elements of its common prosperity scheme. How do you see them as future drivers of growth? And how would financial institutions play a role in them?
Well, China is a huge country. And also China, I mean, in different parts of China, the standard of the, economic growth is quite different. the coastal area of China is quite developed in terms of the, the scale and the speed of growth. But in the northwest and the southwest, even northeast China, the imbalance of the living conditions of the economic growth is quite obvious. The central government has declared that we has successfully achieving to help millions of people to be out of poverty. But anyway, the imbalance is a real reality we are facing. So that's why the government is proposing the common prosperity method, or the overall goal, to trying to help all the Chinese people to live a better life. And during this process, the banks, especially like Bank of China, we have a very elaborate network. We have branches and sub-branches nearly in every province and in every county. So we, together with our customers, we have did quite a lot to support the development of rural countryside. Since in the northern of Shanxi province, there are several counties which their economic growth is quite unsatisfactory. So we, together with the Thailand farming company, to help the county, the farmers, to build a base for the pigs raising, and also to help them to make the small loans through digitalization tools, to make the farmers, help them to plant apples, and to help them to sell their fruits, to sell their apples through our digital platform, helping the rural area. So we've did quite a lot in different areas and in different provinces and counties, and we'll continue to doing so. Thank you.
Thanks. Now I have a question for Kathy, and in fact, just to let viewers know that Kathy will leave a little early for the session. So if you do have questions for her, get them in now. But I do have one question indeed for Kathy. Can you give some examples of how you've worked with SMEs and ventures to adapt the ESG framework? Just if you have any sort of examples.
Sure. So first of all, to be clear, when you say SMEs, that's such a broad term, but we're looking at startups, and our fund is targeting mainly Japanese middle to later stage growth startups, and overseas earlier stage. But the way that we integrate ESG in our investment process is, first, we not only does the company have to have really strong growth potential, but on top of that, we conduct ESG interviews, and we try to assess, do they have an ESG mindset or alignment on ESG with us? And before we sign a term sheet, we actually require the investee company to sign an ESG memorandum of understanding, MOU. And what that MOU does is commit that company to, within 6 months of our investment, they must draft an ESG roadmap, kind of a strategy of sorts that defines their materialities and KPIs. And these are not 1 month, 3 month goals. These roadmaps are typically multi-year. And we work with those companies. We partner with them, providing measurement tools, training, other resources. The companies that we have invested in to date, there are 3, 2 Japanese and 1 in Silicon Valley. We work very closely with the management team on figuring out what are their most material ESG factors that they want to focus on. And we help drive that strategy together with them. no startup is perfect, as you can imagine in this regard. They're all strapped for resources and time. But because they are very mindful that ESG is going to be a key growth driver for them, strategically, they place a very high priority on this strategy and the implementation of the strategy. And our job, our LPs have invested in us because we're going to help them implement ESG, but also monitor their progress. And we report back to our LPs that progress. So that's kind of how we do it. And like I said before, there's not a one size fits all. We look at specific sectors and companies, and again, work with them to help them decide what's most material to them in the different E, S, and G buckets.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm getting more questions, so I'm going right into it. Mike, I'm wondering if you could take this one. You did talk about the supply chain problems. And one person in the audience is asking whether the global supply chain problems and the push for a green recovery, could this result in increasing inflation or at worst some stagflation?
Well, it's an important question and it's a good one. I think the short answer is probably not, if done right. However, done right, it's a pretty complex thing to accomplish. So, for example, everybody knows the magnitude of the challenge, so I won't bore you with, how far we've got to go in terms of reducing the energy intensity of a growing global economy. But so if you take the current situation, for example, we've sort of migrated from something vaguely resembling obliviousness to the sustainability climate challenge to something approaching, quasi-unanimous agreement that, our future depends on it. One of the unfortunate consequences of that is that green became beautiful, and energy efficiency and carbon capture and those things on the one hand, and fossil fuels became, the opposite, right? But I keep reminding myself and others, if they're listening, that this is a multi-decade transition, and you can't have a balanced approach to it, if you have an aggressive approach on green, unaccompanied by a matching, sort of sensible pattern of phasing out, but with investment as needed in things like natural gas on the way other. So I think the pendulum has swung too far is the bottom line, and excessively aggressive approaches to the climate change challenge. I know that'll sound crazy to a lot of people, unaccompanied by a sensible, balanced approach to phasing out the fossil fuel side will lead to all kinds of problems. And some of them we're seeing, right? I mean, shortages, underinvestment in a variety of sectors. And the really serious consequence of that, other than the potential to disrupt economies and growth, is to sort of disrupt the commitment to the energy transition itself, right? If people say, well, that didn't work, right? Now companies local business leaders in China, I gather, are being told they've got 4 days of electricity, so pick the day you don't want to have it, is not the place you want to be. Now, China's great at correcting imbalances and has a long track record of doing it, so I don't think this is a kind of serious long-term risk, but it's illustrative of getting this balanced approach, both within our various economies and globally, right. So I say all that because it's an example of how poor implementation of a really important set of global objectives could lead to serious disruption. Maybe not stagnation, but something that's pretty worrying.
Right. Interesting. If I might go to Kathy, since you're going to leave soon, Kathy. If you could react to what Mike just said, but also I think there's a question here that maybe you can help with as well. question, vaccine pharma companies and their fund investors have failed to fulfill their ESG and CSR commitments on COVID-19 vaccine equality. Will this impede the growth and usefulness of ESG, CSR soft law? I'm not sure. If they are selectively enforced, what is the solution? I don't know if that is clear.
That's a difficult question, I think, to answer.
Yeah.
All I'll say is that no company, big or small, is perfect on ESG, and I think that while the distribution of vaccines, the equality of that distribution, many people can raise question marks around that, but at the end of the day, this is also a big issue here in Japan, actually, because Japan is all about fairness rather than speed. And Minister Taro Kono, who I know well, he spoke a couple of days ago and said that, if you had prioritized fairness over speed, I mean, Japan was very slow, frankly, to vaccinate its population. It's now more than per capita more than the States and other countries, but it was very, very slow to start. And it was a lot to do with, well, you don't have enough vaccines for all the people in this particular prefecture or state, then we can't possibly even start, right? And so this issue of fairness versus speed, I think, is a very difficult challenge. But at the end of the day, if the broader question is, you have a company, it's claiming to do this on ESG, but it's actually doing something else. Well, that very issue is something. The fact that this question is being raised at this forum means that people are calling out companies, right? That they are pointing these things out, pointing out discrepancies, and I think that is the beginning of the conversation that the companies have with the public, right? Not just shareholders, but with all stakeholders. And I think that's got to be a healthy thing, right? Having that open and honest dialogue. Look, the Me Too movement or Black Lives Matter, I'm American, in the States, I have Japanese CEOs who have operations in the States, and they're getting bombarded by questions from their staff in America. Like, why don't you say something? They're thinking, this has nothing to do with my business. Why do I have to say something, right? But this is 2021. It may not have anything to do with your business directly, but your silence is synonymous with complicity, right? Particularly for the younger generation. So this is a really kind of new era. But I think it's a good one because the younger people are very engaged. They are very mindful if a CEO of a company they're looking to work for has makes very discriminatory comments on Twitter, right?
Right.
So this really is meaningful. And I think, again, if you see discrepancies and gaps, that sparks conversation. And that's a really valuable thing, I think, for overall society. And I see Victor's just joined just when I have to leave soon, but I'll let Victor chime in.
Is Victor coming in?
No, he doesn't want
muted.
Okay.
Oh, he's muted. Victor, you're muted. Or is he joining?
I'm pleased to proceed. I'm just coming in as a supporter.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, Kathy, thank you very much. I think it's
I'm so sorry. I've just got to run to another appointment, but very, very lovely to see everybody, and thank you for the time. Thank you, Professor Spence and Bing Wang.
Right. Now, one being, if I can follow up with you, because at COP26, we've seen commitments related to financial institutions. This launch of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, and then we've also seen in recent months the signing on of banks, financial institutions into this Principles for Responsible Banking. I'm wondering if we'd talk about these sort of, I guess, multilateral mechanisms and their effectiveness. Can they be effective, these kinds of, whether they're codes of conduct or commitments to adhere to principles or something more significant? What are the real impacts, and why is the Bank of China one of the at the forefront of joining these mechanisms?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. Reyes. Bank of China is a signatory of United Nations Principles of Responsible Bank, and also is a signatory to TCFD as well. So since the climate change is the biggest challenge we are all facing, so as a major bank in the world, we have our own responsibility to help to tackle the climate change challenge together with our clients, together with all the sectors in the society. And our core function is to allocate capital resources to support for the transition to a sustainable and equitable socio-economic development. And also Bank of China Hong Kong in this city, we are also a major participant within the Hong Kong government carbon neutral partnership mechanism. And we tried our best to provide various green financial products, such as green loans, green bonds, green deposits, green funds. And the amount, the quantity of these business has been enlarged significantly this year, especially this year, several times bigger. And also we are trying to be a good green advisor to our customers, since most of the customers, they are aware of their own responsibility. They also want to do more to take the responsibility and to transform to a low carbon development structure. So we try our best, and together with the Hong Kong MA and as well as the consultancy companies, we try to invest more into different industries like transportation, like housing, like the oil and gas industry, and try to work together how to make the transformation with the help of the banks, with the help of the with our help. So we are on the way. And also, just now Kathy mentioned ESG. The Bank of China take the ESG as our core concept of business and development. So we ourselves is on the way to be a low carbon emission bank, since we have lots of buildings. We have the biggest branches network in Hong Kong. We are trying to reduce the carbon emission. We have very strict KPI as well as the timetable. And also we tried a lot to help Hong Kong to be the international green financing center. And we are an active partner into this process. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you. Mike, if I can ask you about the new health and wellness agenda that's emerged because of the pandemic, and where you might see that driving new growth in different parts of the world. Now, I know it really, again, depends on where you are, right? which I think is an important thing to think about. But I'm wondering I guess my question is, what would the pandemic, what is the catalytic impact of the pandemic, and from what you see in terms of driving growth in the economy, in the global economy?
Well, it's quite exciting, actually, what's going on. So I think, for example, we know that the pandemic produced dramatic acceleration in adoption of digital technologies, including in lagging sectors. And a classic example of a lagging sector was healthcare, right? So pre-pandemic, if you went, there are companies that did this, so I'm not just making it up. You went to doctors and said, why don't we, skip having people come in here for every little thing to your office or, the hospital or something. Those businesses got nowhere pre-pandemic. And then they took off like a rocket, in the pandemic. Why? Because we didn't have any choice, right? And and that story is emblematic. So the more kind of interesting and deeper version of that is that once you embrace some of these technologies, especially the digital ones, in reimagining the delivery mechanisms, whether it's home diagnostics or artificial intelligence applied to images, to help with, diagnosing various problems like skin cancer in underserved remote populations and so on. What you start to see is that the drivers of what we're calling growth are really drivers of what might be called inclusive patterns of progress in well-being. Not all health shows up in GDP numbers, right? GDP is important because you got to be able to afford the healthcare system, but and ditto in education and a number of other areas. But there's now studies of e-commerce, of fintech, of the application of digital technologies in these areas of healthcare and so on, that suggest we're at an inflection point in inclusiveness in the growth patterns, to use the Chinese term. And I think the challenge now that we realize, we've got a huge opportunity here to, in Dr. Wang's world, to extend credit to people who, were kind of outside the system before, to extend opportunities for small businesses to expand their market share using the e-commerce platforms, to allow rural customers to, sort of buy a richer range of things than they could, if they're confined to conventional retail, and on and on. I mean, I don't want to catalog this, but the bottom line is we have a huge opportunity to dramatically expand the inclusive aspects of growth patterns, and in a very wide range of countries, including the early stage developing ones, the so-called late starters. So I'm very excited about this. I think it's one of the, if the pandemic sort of took the blinkers off and helped us see this in a clear way, that'll be one of the benefits that comes out of it.
Thank you. Since you brought up the issue of GDP and its ability to actually capture the reality, I'm wondering if you had any thoughts about what we heard from Andrew Xiang earlier about the One Earth balance sheet, and your thoughts on that kind of planetary measurement, metric that he's proposed.
Yep. Well, both of us may want to comment on that, because I think it's a very important idea. So observation one, most of the metrics we have conventionally used to assess how we're doing in economic terms are flow measures. Productivity is a flow measure, GDP is a flow measure, etc. And what Andrew is saying in part is, if you care at all about sustainability, then you have to pay attention to what a business person or a financial person would call a balance sheet. You have to ask yourself the question, are you building the asset foundation of an economy in parallel, with its kind of flow performance measures, in such a way that those flow performance measures are sustainable? And that has multiple dimensions. You can have too much debt and be borrowing demand from the future. You can be under investing in the sort of knowledge and technology base on which all economies are built. Now, China's not doing that. On the contrary, they're investing heavily in all of these things. So at some level, it's understood. And what Andrew then says is an important part of that asset base if you care about anything other than sort of 6 month to a year performance, what you get from the flow measures is natural capital. Are you, however, however we go about measuring it, the idea is critical. And it really is, it's the core of the sustainability notion. So I'm on board on this one. And I think it's, in terms of mindset and the conceptual framework, Alejandro, I think it's one of the more important transitions that has to accompany the sustainability agenda.
Mr. Wang Bing, what are your thoughts in terms of this idea of changing the way we understand economies or systems that take a more planetary view to take into account all these different aspects of sustainability in terms of coming up with that kind of metric or way to measure where the world is, the planet is, rather than to rely on GDP or GNP, the traditional measures?
Well, Mr. Rea, sorry, I'm not very familiar with this topic.
No worries, but I suppose with regards to China, I think one of the, difficulties that one has in trying to understand where China is in its sustainable development is understanding how to measure. I mean, China is so vast, so many different parts, how can we fully understand where China is in this, some ways, existential challenge to achieve not just the common prosperity that we've talked about, but really that sort of sustainable development that would allow it to achieve that net zero future?
Well, the Chinese central government is very much determined to change the development structure in the following decades, since the declaration by President Xi Jinping about the 2030 emission peak and also 2060 carbon neutrality. So since the, as we know, the Chinese ruling system is different from the other countries. And there is one major advantage is about execution. If the goal is set and execution, implementation and execution will be very strictly measured and monitored. So the determination of China to dealing with the climate change, to achieve carbon neutrality is very, to my personal view, I think it's trustable. And also we have trying quite a lot at this moment. Chinese government has already declared 2 directives. One is about the working guidance for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. And the other is also is about the action plan. And the action plan is very detailed. And they are the plans of nearly all the industries, how to achieve low carbon development transition. So I think that's the advantage of Chinese way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wang Bing. Thank you very much, Professor Spence. I guess to summarize, if I can, this is not easy to do so, that we are in many ways still trying to understand where we're heading. I mean, there is recovery, but the challenges of the supply chain problems, the vaccine inequality and such remain. But I guess it's important to appreciate that despite the pandemic, we're continuing on the path of building this sort of green economy. We're trying to come to terms with the technological innovations that are really changing the world. the digitalization has been accelerated because of the pandemic, and that's an interesting challenge, how to really take hold of that, particularly on the multilateral side, data governance and all that sort of thing, cybersecurity. And then the driver of this ESG movement, the impact of ESG movement to drive new growth, even at the enterprise level, the SME level, should be very interesting in the coming years to see how the application of these ESG principles, the sustainability principles, the drive to the achieve sustainability goals can indeed actually drive growth and create new opportunities for people to engage in the economy, particularly young people coming up who are more aware, previously marginalized groups, or indeed groups that may have had impediments to their participation, such as women, of course. And so there is, I think, quite a lot of positive to think about in this regard. That not to say that we should grab for a silver lining in a pandemic, but there you go. I mean, I think that if we, what is that saying? Don't waste a crisis. So that we have to think about how we can look at the impact of the pandemic and move forward, find the new growth, create that green economy, and move forward. So with that, I'd just like to thank Kathy Matsui, who's left us, but Mr. Wang Bing, thank you very much. Professor Spence, and may I invite you, Professor Spence, to join Victor Fung, Dr. Fung, for the closing remarks of the for the Asia Global Dialogue. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, Alejandro.
Yes.
Thanks, Wang Bing.
Thank you.
I think we will soon be joined.
Here I am.
There you
Hi, guys.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Al, and hi, Wang Bing. Great stuff. I caught the end of your sessions. It was really great. Well, Mike, here we are at the end of a very long, exhausting day, but I have to say an exhilarating day. Would you like to say a few words first, or should I say a few words?
Why don't you take it, Victor? And,
okay, I will, but
give us your thoughts.
Better stop me when I'm overflowing. But I must say, the Asia Global Dialogue today has really addressed some of the, I would say, some of the toughest issues that we face in the planet today. But you know what is really also giving us also a lot of reasons for hope and optimism. You know, I am an eternal optimist. While I don't want to be underestimating the degree of challenges that we're facing, but I do think that we have the opportunity to really now think about the future, and think about the future with some sense of cohesion. You know, we know that the pandemic impact is definitely not over. You know, in the earlier sessions, you know, we're really very concerned about, yes, the economy, global economy is recovering, but it doesn't seem like a very smooth, very fast recovery. We're facing now major disruptions in the supply chain, which keeps all of us at Li and Fung busy 24/7 in 50 countries all the time. So, but it will take another 12 to 18 months, I think, for that to go to be under control, and it will be under control. But what it will be introducing would be a measure of inflation, and then possibly increase in interest rates in the world, which does not bode well for the global economy. And then, of course, we're really seeing a two-speed recovery, which, Mike, I know you've talked about a lot in the past. We're seeing it so apparent now, and it's being exacerbated by the pandemic. And that probably will not really be able to be resolvable until 2024. You know, good 3 years from now. And a lot depends on, you know, access to, to things to cope with the virus. But these global challenges are also creating, in my mind, really very promising conditions for a new kind of multilateralism. A new way that we're realizing that the world has to work together. I think it's allowed us to really say for the first time at long last that public health and climate are inseparable from the global economy. We tend to talk in the past a lot about the global economy, how do we do this, do that? And then, oh, you mean we have to worry about, climate change, as an afterthought. It is now an integral part. And also the COVID has taught us that the public health situation is an integral part. The other thing that I think is very clear now that has been shown up, and we've discussed it throughout the day, is inclusiveness, and especially the idea of actually making the inclusiveness of less developed economy, and also the access of the smaller enterprises, the small and medium-sized enterprises, the SMEs to the global economy are absolutely essential. And one of the biggest issues I see in our times is really the increasing inequality of income, which I think we really need to address. And then finally, I think what we're beginning to start working on is a lot of, I think, more and more room for participation by both the private sector and the civil society on many issues, and especially on issues like the environment. I think this is absolutely essential. It is not being left up to governments and everything's policy. I think there's a lot of stuff now bubbling down from the ground. And I think that really is the conditions for that new multilateralism. So I think of today and all the issues that we tackle and the major challenges that we've identified, in many ways is a vote of confidence in multilateral system and globalization. Globalization is far from dead. I think it's something that we really need to perfect over the next period. And this is a clear thing that we're now saying, that we need multilateralism and really globalization over unilateralism and decoupling. And to me, I think that's a very, very important message. I have to say that I'm also encouraged, and that some of the basic foundations on why we have the Fung Global Institute and now the Asia Global Institute is bringing some of the Asian perspective to these global issues. And I think we have certainly achieved that. I think Asia, in many ways, I think can in fact lead the way in some key areas. And I think we could probably set examples. A very good example in my mind is what we've achieved in the trade agreements in our CEP. That I think will be the start of a new system to actually build the WTO. And last but not least, I have to also endorse what Mike, you and Wang Bing and Al said in the last session, about what Andrew Xiang, our distinguished fellow at the AGI, said about this One Earth balance sheet. We have for many years been really moving in the direction of saying just measuring GDP, just the numerical quantitative measures is not enough. We need qualitative measures. And now I think we're moving on to a whole new stage. And your concept about not just focusing on flows, but we've got to really look at the balance sheet as a point in time. I think it's very important. And what is the balance sheet for nature and some of the things that we really need in terms of really sustaining our sort of humankind going forward. So my final point, and I'll turn over to you, is really I see now a real opportunity for business and the private sector to really be proactive and take up a role. Not only embracing ESG and climate change, that I think we're really beginning to do in a bigger way, but being very proactive in actually doing things among ourselves to actually create the conditions, especially with the use of digitalization, that would actually create the system that will allow us to construct the new multilateralism and the thing that would allow us to actually work with each other going forward in the midst of all this complexity. So I think the active participation of business, I think, is something that I take away very strongly from this conference. And my last but not least, I really like to thank you, all of you who have spoken so well on the panels and really really provided us the food for thought, and of course the AGI team for putting all this together. So despite all the enormity of the challenges, Asia is indeed moving forward, and frankly, in some important aspects, leading the way. So Mike, all yours.
Well, thank you so much, Victor. And let me add my thanks as Victor's junior partner in this enterprise to everybody who made this possible, to our panelists whose insights and experience, are of just enormous value, and to the staff, to Jiwoo and Yvonne and all the folks that put this together. From my point of view, although I wasn't able to be in everything, it seemed to me to be as close to flawless as anything I've participated in. Victor, I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add. I think you're right. I think there is, in multiple communities, a kind of deep commitment to multilateralism that you don't detect, in the headlines about global tensions. And I think it's there, and it's the foundation for a lot of hard work in kind of rebuilding the rules of the system in a way that matches the realities that we're going to live with in the 21st century that we've talked about, big transformations, challenges of inclusiveness, sustainability, objectives that now people embrace in a way that is just completely different from even a decade ago. So I think, there's a long way to go and a lot of work to do, but I don't think the starting point is a kind of pessimistic one, in the sense of having a bunch of people say, well, the old one didn't work, and we can't rebuild the new one, so we just got to live with all this nationalism and whatnot. That's not what came through today. Now we may tilt a little bit to the optimistic side, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I think the commitment to sort of this rebuilding exercise is pretty deep, and a major output. And I also agree with you that Andrew's, helping us change our frame of reference to kind of think carefully about this is and include some version of the planet and planetary boundaries in the way we think about sort of economic and social progress is absolutely crucial. People like me get asked, well, will the sustainability agenda produce lower growth in the short to medium run? And I say, well, maybe, but you got to be careful about the question you ask, and we don't have a choice, but, of having an extended period of kind of growth, on a high carbon path. We just don't. We've got a choice between sort of driving a car into a brick wall several decades from now, or getting on with the problem of producing sustainable growth. People say, well, is all this investment, the $3 trillion a year that experts estimate we're going to have to invest, public and private, in order to accomplish the energy transition and achieve the sustainability goals. What's the rate of return on that? And I said, well, it's got to be pretty high, if the standard is, we don't do it and we have a catastrophic collapse of the global economy and much worse. So I think the bottom line is, and it came through clearly today, is that we're learning how to think, in a way that's productive. We have a mindset now that enables progress on these multiple fronts. So as you said, the challenges are enormous, but if the participants in the AsiaGlobal dialogue this year are representative, and they're outstanding leaders in their various fields, I think we're up to the challenge. So let me give it back to you.
Yeah, well, the only sentence I can say is I can't agree with you more, Mike. You know, I think it's an exciting time. It's an inflection point. You know, we talk about new type of multilateralism, but what dawned on me is it's a new type of multilateralism that is actually bottoms up. It's people's multilateralism. It's not, you know, some elite, you know, smart guys getting together in some resort and saying this is going to be the system. It's not a tops down type of revision of the multilateral system. It's almost a movement that we're kind of seeing, and it has to be bottoms up. It's from the people, it's from the small and medium-sized enterprises. So with that, Al, you have the final pleasure of closing this year's Asia Global Dialogue.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, indeed. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all our listeners. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to my colleagues and staff. And thank you, everybody. We hope perhaps next year that we will have at least an in-person dimension to the Asia Global Dialogue. But thank you. And if I might just promote, tomorrow we have the inaugural Vogel Asia Dialogue in cooperation with the Harvard University Asia Center. So for those folks who might not have signed up for that, please do so. It's tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. sharp Hong Kong time. So thank you very much. And wherever you are, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much.